Good morning, everyone. My name is Jennifer Gordon, and I'm the director of the Atlantic Council's Nuclear Energy Policy Initiative. And I'm so delighted to be hosting today's Frontiers Project meeting in beautiful Baton Rouge, Louisiana. And before we begin, I want to express my deepest thanks and gratitude to our partners, the Idaho National Laboratory and Louisiana State University. We are here live in Baton Rouge. We are also live streaming to our global audience. So I just want to welcome everyone and say that I'm looking forward to a really, really phenomenal day. And to kick us off this morning, we've invited Commissioner Eric Skrmetta, who is Public Service Commissioner at the Louisiana Public Service Commission, to give us a brief overview of the role of nuclear energy in Louisiana's economic policy, and in Commissioner Skrmetta's words, to tell us everything that's been going on in the state. So without further ado, Commissioner, I'm delighted to welcome you to the podium.
Thank you, Jennifer. And I'm here as a substitute, and we're sorry that our Governor, Jeff Landry, couldn't be here today to welcome you. And so this is sort of a last-minute thing for me, so this speech is going to be more of a beat poetry moment. We're going to kind of like free flow this and discuss about the issues we have in Louisiana and about power and about resources and about where we were and where we are and where we're going. We're a heavily industrialized state. We're near 60% of our power resources are consumed by industrials. And we have to look at how we're going to face not just where we are now, but the future. So, Louisiana, about 2.5 years ago, my involvement with the National Association of Regulatory and Utility Commissioners, I've been on the board now for a number of years. I've started pestering people around NARUC and started pestering particularly Paul Shalander, who was the president of NARUC at the time a couple of years ago, about the need for moving us forward on really understanding how nuclear can play a much more important role in balancing out, profiles of consumption of how we build out energy, right? Because Louisiana we are blessed as a state which is heavily resourced in petrochemicals, but we are also a chemistry set. We have salt, carbon black, sulfur, and petrochemicals. So virtually every potential chemistry element that you can manufacture chemical goods. But we need to go beyond that, right? So in the past couple of years, we've had tremendous development with our federal partners on how we're going to build out to go and develop LNG exports. And we were hampered under previous administrations in the presidency on LNG exports, but we've been slowly, building our pathway to that. And so now, Louisiana has two massive LNG export facilities, one in southwest Louisiana. The new one, Venture Global is building in Plaquemines Parish, which is along the Mississippi River south of New Orleans, is the largest private industrial project in the world right now, in excess of $20 billion. We're going to find ourselves in the future still cracking out natural gas and petrochemicals, but we're going to find ourselves shoving them in different directions. And we're going to find ourselves looking at how we are going to substitute a spectrum of power resources and how we're going to deal with that. Because what we want to do is we want to make sure we don't put all our eggs in one basket. We found that out in 2008, 2009 with market play on natural gas, which was a heavy impact on consumers in this country, and particularly in Louisiana, which is in 78% of our generation fleet is in natural gas. So we're not impeding the petrochemical industry in Louisiana by suggesting the addition of nuclear power resources. In fact, we're stabilizing the potential of petrochemical industry in Louisiana in several ways. First off, Louisiana could become net zero power if we maintain ourselves at about 60% plus or minus on natural gas generation electricity. And if we make up the difference with nuclear power in the future, then virtually every product made in Louisiana could mark itself as net zero manufactured, whether it be steel or a petrochemical for export, or any export good. And that makes us a viable export facility for European trade, particularly European trade. So that is a long-term goal. I think in that 10 to 15 to 20-year goal, Louisiana can achieve that. And we can get ourselves in a broad mix, but I think our mix is going to end up being natural gas predominantly, some nuclear building out from where we are. We have 2 nuclear power plants, but we need more. And we're going to end up building out with some renewable, but the renewables they don't provide that baseload power that industrials consume. And that's going to be the issue that limits them on what their value they can provide. So we're there on that element. Now, we've got an absolute machine in our new president who is driving the steps to create our economy and roll it. In fact, today, we just heard there's another project taking advantage of our regulatory compact in Louisiana, providing power to our industries through our commission, with ExxonMobil building out and investing another $100 million in creating the purest industrial alcohol in the country, and they're going to be adding to their refinery in Baton Rouge. Now, that goes in with the recent announcement from Hyundai Corporation of their intent to build a $6 billion+ steel mill in Louisiana. That goes along with a $10 billion first Meta data processing facility being built in Louisiana. There is good rumor, better than my dating policy, that there will be another Meta plant, and there will be other data centers coming to Louisiana. So if you put that together in little math, we are accelerating with quite literally tens and tens of billions of dollars of new industrial development in Louisiana because of our regulatory policy and because of our quite literally lowest industrial utility rates in the country. But we need to find a pathway to the future, and that's where we are. So we look at nuclear as the advantages. And so at NARUC, I was recently appointed as the vice chairman of what was the Nuclear Subcommittee on Nuclear Waste Disposal, which we changed the name of it to the Nuclear Subcommittee on this Electric Subcommittee on Nuclear Energy, because everyone has now recognized that we need to look at the value proposition that nuclear can provide across the spectrum, from investor-owned utilities to the military to industrial consumers, and where we can go with it. Whether it be large facilities like AP1000s, whether it's the future of SMR, small modular reactors, in that 300 megawatt range, whether we wind up with micro reactors, which have traditionally been the size produced by BWXT for the military for propulsion units, but now are being moved towards being land-based generation units that can be utilized, and even moving towards smaller devices that are referred to as nuclear batteries, which are effectively small reactors that can be preloaded with fuel and then reloaded back at the factory and shifted out. Those have been looked at for the Permian Basin for oil and gas development without having to build out more and aggressive transmission facilities for traditional sources of power, and basically creating distributed energy for these industrial sites. So we are working very diligently on a national basis through NARUC. We are working extremely hard in Louisiana. We have developed a task force, we've named it the Louisiana Advanced Nuclear Competitive Edge. We have had several meetings, and we are going to continue to have meetings. We produced a report which is publicly available that came out, I believe, last October, that other states have been reviewing, and we have been very aggressive about this. We will be having another meeting of our task force coming up soon to talk about the pathway to re-regulation at the Nuclear Regulatory Commission, and also finance and how we're going to look at the cost allocation of nuclear in the future and how we can pay for it in a meaningful way which will not overly impact the consumers of this power. So we're there, and we've just got to take the step. And that step, I think, when you look at this, as a commissioner, we don't tell the companies to build power plants. They come to us and tell us there's a need to build a power plant. We looked on the code words are just and reasonable, fair and equitable. We look to make sure that these are needed. But what we need is, a leader in President Trump to unblock the bureaucratic beltway to make us get past the blocked up queues at the Nuclear Regulatory Commission, to get the Department of Energy moving on how it's going to supply backstop security on overrun insurance, so we can get our utilities together to agree to build out power plants. If we get 6 or 7 of them agreeing to build out, protect, for let's say an AP 1000, we're going to be in a position to get those going and help renuclear the country. Earlier in previous administrations, there was a discussion to remove coal from the system. Now it looks like coal will have a respite for the future, for now, but eventually even the older coal fleet may be replaced, and that possibly will be replaced with either new nuclear power plants. There have been some discussion that had they wiped out the coal fleet, we may need as many as 600 new nuclear power plants in this country. We can't get there with the current regulatory process. We've got to find a way to understand, when we've got secured safety of proven reactors, that we have to go through that aspect of it and say, we're in good shape, we need to get the bureaucratic aspect of it out of the way, because you can't build 2 in the last 30 years and need to build 600 and get past this to provide security and energy policy for the country. But now with the coal being a little bit of a respite, we may have to build 300, and it still doesn't change the problem of the regulatory issue. But we're going to have to start off small, and small being, if we can get 6 organized, we'll be doing great. But we do know that through previous discussions at the Atlantic Council in Park City, that the military has suggested they want to do 10 micro reactors at 10 previously discussed military bases. So we're out of the chocks on this. We're running. But we need to get past this regulatory process. A lot of that is blocked by the queue. And I was just talking about the real reactors versus paper reactors. And we're talking about supply chain for real reactors is the manufacturers, the people who build the parts, the net zero stainless, and all the aspects of what goes into that. And but we look at the supply chain, they give me a little sticker with the supply chain for a paper reactor is a printer, because those are folks that are interested in getting their patent and getting their licensing. But instead of having a single file queue at the NRC, we need to have a spread to where all comers come, but we need to be effectively an express lane. When you've got it all ready, we need to get you to the front of the line, and we need to start building. But I want to make one comment that was something that we did before I started speaking. There was a MOU signed between LSU and the INL about the future of how we're going to train the young minds of this country. I am an alumni of LSU. They asked me to leave after 4.5 years. And for some reason, they thought I needed to take first-year physics after I had taken 18 hours of physics throughout the course, but I had to stay around another semester. But I am a Tiger through and through, and one of the first things we did was understand, with the advent of the bloom of nuclear power, that we may not have enough people coming out of the Navy to run these facilities. And so LSU is going to be adding in a curriculum in chemical nuclear engineering as a pathway for operators for these new facilities. So we're very excited about the potential for LSU and INL and the future of Louisiana as an economic force for what we can do to drive energy. Because I am a believer in employment and economic growth and industrial growth. And I'm a real big believer that we get people out of poverty by giving them a paycheck. And we've got to get people going. And so we're very good at talking ourselves into circles, particularly in this one aspect of the industry. But I think what we all have to do is hitch up our belts, and we need to push ourselves to get past the limitations that bureaucracy has held us back to. And we need to make ourselves find our way in the critical factors, which is how we're going to pay for it, how we're going to get it licensed, and then we're going to build crews to build them. And we have to get people to understand that this is a pathway to providing for regulatory aspects of regulated electricity. I know how we're going to serve the regular public, how we're going to serve specific industrial needs, how we're going to help oil business, how we're going to build out shipping. You know, we're looking at right now at the president wants to build 40 icebreakers. We should build every one of those icebreakers with nuclear power plants and not with oil. So when they get stuck in the ice somewhere, they can all huddle up and warm up near the reactor. They won't have to worry about getting fuel, right? Because the Russians learned a long time ago that you build icebreakers with nuclear power plants. So Louisiana is a big shipbuilding state historically, and we need them back here building these things. Well, this is what called beat poetry is when you give a speech, because I kind of just spread it around and jump around. But I want to let you know that you are most welcome here in Baton Rouge. Thank you for coming to Louisiana. And I want to just tell you that I'm thoroughly excited about what we're going to hear today. And thank you, Jennifer, for letting me be the keynote speaker. Good evening.
Thank you, Commissioner. I think we're going to put you on our speaker's role as our substitute for all keynote speakers for all Atlantic Council events. That was really, really fantastic. And just a wonderful way to frame the rest of the conversations that we're going to be hearing throughout today. For our next segment, we'll be introducing a fireside chat on Louisiana as an economic engine for the nation. And I'm so delighted to call up our next two speakers and the moderator. The fireside chat will be moderated by Greg Upton, who is Executive Director and Associate Research Professor at the Center for Energy Studies at Louisiana State University. And he'll be joined on stage by Dustin Davidson, who is Deputy Secretary at the Louisiana Department of Energy and Natural Resources, and Stephen Schreiber, who is Chief Resilience Officer at the Office of Governor Jeff Landry at the state of Louisiana. Welcome.
Good morning, everyone. We're so excited to be here. This is an exciting day for Louisiana. It's an exciting day for LSU. And I really want to start off and really give a little bit of background of what's going on here in Louisiana. I know Dr. Twilley alluded to it, as well as the commissioner, to really motivate the discussion that we're going to have here around advanced nuclear and how it can impact our state. So the first thing that's kind of interesting, when you think about energy demand within the United States, it has been remarkably flat over the last decade or decade and a half. When you look at the total BTUs of energy used in the United States right before the financial crisis relative to today, it's within about 1%. It's kind of remarkable to think about that. On one hand, we've had really robust economic growth in the United States, but on the other hand, we've had efficiencies. And these two things are about in balance. But over this same time period, we've seen enormous increases in energy production. We've seen increases in oil production, natural gas production, renewable energy production. One of the things we're going to touch on today that we haven't seen an increase in is nuclear energy production, with the, of course, notable exception of Vogtle, but that has not been an area of growth. So you've had energy supply has increased, energy demand has been flat. So where has this energy gone? And the answer is it's gone all over the world. And Louisiana is because of our infrastructure being at the center of this energy abundance within the United States, because of our access to that Gulf of Mexico, we have seen over $100 billion of investment in those petrochemical sectors over this last decade. Recently, in fact, Hyundai on Monday, over $5 billion investment. The commissioner referred to the Meta announcement, which is $10 billion investment, of now even getting outside of that petrochemical space, but again, producing these products that we're shipping all over the world. And one of the things that those customers are asking us is to document that carbon intensity. Meta has a carbon neutrality commitment for 2030, Hyundai for 2045. And so what we're really talking about here in Louisiana is how do we balance that cost competitive, bringing in this investment with this energy abundance while supplying these products to the world. So with that, I'm going to open up the panel and really talk about how does nuclear fit into this mix, and how does this awesome partnership with INL, how can it facilitate that? So we've got Dustin Davidson with the Deputy Secretary with the Department of Energy and Natural Resources. We've worked together an enormous amount over this last year. It's been very exciting, as well as Stephen Swiber, the Chief Resilience Officer with the Governor's Office. So I'm going to start off with you, Stephen. Can you talk about the Governor's agenda and how that impacts advanced nuclear here in Louisiana?
Absolutely, Greg, and thanks. And only one correction, we're now shipping out all of our products through the Gulf of America.
Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize.
I slip up maybe 4 or 5 times
here.
a day. No, absolutely, Greg, and we're really excited in the Governor's Office, as you've seen, the Meta announcement, the Hyundai announcement. We hope this is just the tip of the iceberg for the projects that are going to start to come into Louisiana. And I think you kind of alluded to the economic cycle. We did see a lot of robust growth in maybe GDP and financial assets in a lot of the kind of urban areas after the 2008 crisis. Interest rates are low, money's just flowing through the economy. But now I think you're really starting to see that the part of the economy that Louisiana is really more dominant in, the commodity economy, the higher inflation rate in manufacturing and energy economy, that's more indicative of that late cycle, right? As we come into more robust growth that's not just driven by low interest rates, but actually driven by that return to manufacturing, that consumer demand growth that the consumer's been seeing. So to that point, if we're going to reshore manufacturing and we're going to reshore bring a lot of jobs back from overseas and ship energy abroad, we need power. Energy is going to be the blood of the Louisiana economy going forward, and not just that daily intermittent power, but I mean the base load is really going up. That's a data center. Data centers run 24/7. A large downstream or manufacturing plant, they don't take the breaks at night. They're going to be running it's a high base load of power. That's what nuclear provides. It also provides a valuable hedge against commodity prices, and it's just a way to maintain the competitive advantage. You do not want to lose the competition on the next available technology and all of a sudden find that all your jobs in 2 generations from now are going to other states because they moved in the 2020s when you did not. So the governor sees that the future of Louisiana right now is gas and nuclear. We've been very unequivocal about that, and so we're excited to go 2 feet into the deep end on making sure that we are the place where people want to bring these jobs when they come in.
Awesome. So we've renamed the Gulf of Mexico to the Gulf of America. We've also renamed the Department of Natural Resources to the Department of Energy and Natural Resources, and I believe likely again this session to the Department of Energy and Conservation. Dustin, can you talk about, we've gone through this DRIVE initiative, we had Act 727 of last legislative session. Talk about what's going on regulatory-wise in Louisiana and how companies have an efficient process for moving forward with all types of energy investments.
Yeah, definitely. Thank you for the question. So, coming in, the Secretary and the entire department, we've taken a really critical approach to looking at the way the department has been set up. And, a lot of companies, they look toward consistency and regulation when it comes to making investments. However, this is a form of consistency that I think was a little bit not very helpful. So the department hasn't been updated since 1976. And in fact, there are a lot of rules and regulations on the books that haven't been changed since the early 1900s. So when we came in and we noticed that, we recognized that it was time to move forward and make a department that is not just reactive to where industry is going or what new technologies are being deployed, but make it proactive. So build a department that's going to be able to last for 50 to 100 years from now and be able to make those small changes through regulation or maybe through law that allow for business to proliferate throughout the state. Act 727 was a huge step in that, and it was our opportunity to break down some of the firewalls that we've had. So previously, we had the Office of Conservation who regulated oil and gas. We also had the Secretary of, at the time, Natural Resources or Energy and Natural Resources. Those two were not allowed to communicate. So you had the regulator of oil and gas and the Secretary of the Department both sitting in the cabinet of the governor, but not communicating on anything that was going on within the same building. Essentially, we were just their accounting arm, right? We did their payroll, we did a few other things, but they were off on their own. we broke that firewall down. We got rid of it, and now it's a cohesive department that has communication going back and forth, and that really moves forward a lot of the initiatives that we're seeing on carbon capture and that emissions reduction component that we're moving forward with right now. So we got that change done, but that's not the end, right? So we have the next legislative session coming up, and that is going to be our opportunity to make further changes and further refine our mission so that we actually build that department that lasts for hopefully a century even more. What that's going to look like is, we've in the state, it's no secret we've had an issue with enforcement for a lot of our activities, right? We've had some situations where practices have gone on for over 100 years and there's not really been much change. The legislature's come in and made some significant changes to make sure that we do enforce some of these practices, but it's been lagging a lot. And so what we've been able to accomplish and what we hope to be able to pass this legislative session is building out an Office of Permitting and Compliance where all permitting for the state, for energy, coastal use, any sort of activity will go through the same office, and then we'll have an Office of Enforcement. I know a lot of folks in the offshore look at that as kind of the eliminating of MMS and getting Boehm and Bessie, but we do see that as a great opportunity because we have the ability to separate that enforcement mechanism from the compliance because we want to make sure that we have the right people in the right place to do what they need to do. On top of that, we have our Office of Energy, which was previously our state energy office run by federal grants. That office we see as being more and more important because that's where our technology assessment is being done. But then also we see an opportunity to build out a strategic plan and figure out what that energy makeup is going to look like for the rest of the state moving forward. And so we've created the Office of Energy on equal footing as every other office in the department. And that will be an opportunity for us to really look at new technologies like nuclear, really dive deep into a lot of the grant programs that we've gotten from the IRA and IIJA, and then also figure out a way that we can work with our partners like the Center for Energy Studies so that we can get a lot more data and actually figure out what projects work and what don't. I think what you see a lot of times, especially at the federal level, I used to work in DC. I'd like to say that I love creating grant programs, but at the end of the day, I never really knew how they worked until I got down here and got into a department and I realized how many headaches I created for people. So, what we've really found out is a lot of times you may build a project and yeah, it goes on and it works, but the impact that we would anticipate in DC is not as big as we thought it would be. And so we're going to be working with Greg and his colleagues at the Center for Energy Studies to actually study how well these projects work, and then also be able to shift and make a change on the technology that we're deploying to make sure that we're actually providing value to the people of Louisiana. I think when I look at government, I look at it as the regulation or the management of resources, right? And if you get the management of the resources right, you make lives better for people. So as long as we can get that right on the front end, everything else will fall into place. And so Act 727 is the jumping point for us to make further changes, but a big part of that is working with Center for Energy Studies and putting together a comprehensive database where we'll be able to look at the economics, be able to look at the energy generation, the tax revenue generated for different parishes, and then also figure out where is it best to make these investments and how impactful they'll be to different parishes throughout the state.
So Dustin used to create headaches for state departments. Now he creates headaches for me, so this is great. I really appreciate
Always
that.
passing the buck.
Rolls downhill.
And I went to Tulane too, so I love creating headaches for LSU people. It's a lot of fun. And they let me stay for 5 years, not 4, so that was great.
So one of the things that, and the three of us were at Sarah Week a few weeks ago, and one of the things is, so I'm an economist by training and background, and economists talk a lot about uncertainty. And when you're doing business planning, there is a lot of uncertainty out there that policymakers have no control over. We don't have control over what the macro economy is going to be. There's no control over what will commodity prices be. Lots of uncertainty. But the thing that policymakers do have control over is regulatory uncertainty. And it's kind of been an interesting thing looking in Louisiana over this last few years is we really transitioned from a Democratic administration to now a Republican administration with Governor Landry. And at the national level, we've kind of observed these whipsaws where you have this huge change in administration and there's a lot of change to policy. One of the things that I think Louisiana has been complimented for, and we heard a lot from, I think, of people in Houston a few weeks ago, is really the consistency that we've had across these two administrations. So I know the administrations love juxtaposing themselves and showing all the great growth, but can you talk about that a little bit first, Stephen, from the governor's standpoint of, we just heard the commissioner talk about this industrial decarbonization and kind of this pragmatic approach to that, how this governor's thinking about it, how you think the consistency of kind of passing the baton from the prior governor, and perhaps how there are differences in policies as well.
Absolutely, and I do have to caveat that I did join government in January of 2024. So I wasn't in the prior administration. I was off doing construction in the Gulf of America back then. But I think you do see a market shift. I mean, we do not plan as centrally for decarbonization, right? John Bell, Governor Edwards, he convened all of the eggheads in Baton Rouge and brought everybody together and said, oh, this is going to be how we decarbonize the economy and provide jobs and clean energy and all these other good programs. We've seen a market increase in carbon capture and storage interest, in nuclear technology interest, in a lot of these inquiries, but we're not planning them centrally. They're kind of coming from the bottom up. We're kind of taking an English garden approach. If the consumer globally is demanding a sustainable product, and I'm a millennial myself, I know that when you go to the egg counter and you decide, do I want to pay $9 for free range, or is this I actually buy mine at the farmer's market, so I don't know but the price of eggs, I understand, is really high now. But the old Eggland's best. A lot of you go over there and you got to pick the one with the little brown carton. If the global consumer is doing that with their products, with their commodities, and demanding a more clean and sustainable, then by golly, we're going to step in and provide that, and that's going to come from the companies that move in, for the people who show up to work every day and put their boots on. It doesn't come from somebody in Baton Rouge ideating and saying, we're going to clean up this economy. The economy is moving where it's going, and we're going to figure out where it's going and get in front of it, for we are their leader. And that's kind of, and I think you're seeing a lot of enthusiasm around this shift. You're seeing a lot of economic development inquiries. We just released a new strategic plan for economic development that Secretary Bourgeois and that department put together. Tech, energy, those are two of the, I believe, 5 industries they really highlighted as being growth areas for moving forward, and that's where we're seeing those interests as well. And Sarah Week was a very different event this year. I'm used to the oil and gas focused conferences. Between 2015 and 2022, it was always very dour. People were saying, oh man, the prices are so low, there's overproduction, we don't know what to do with all this gas. And now between LNG, data centers, and the demand for electricity, and as well as manufacturing, there's really an abundance euphoria. I know abundance is kind of that key word, but there is definitely a euphoria going into those industries, and I think that's going to be ultimately amazing for Louisiana.
Awesome. And Dustin, can you talk, I know today is about nuclear, but the notable example, I think, with the Department of Energy and Natural Resources was really Class 6 primacy. Can you talk about how that baton was passed, and from the industry's perspective, again, sending the signal that we have consistent regulations and consistent policies across different administrations?
Yeah, so it wasn't without hiccup. The entire Class 6 process, a lot of people think that one day we just all came to work and then boom, we got it. It was a 4-year process going back and forth with the EPA. There were some things that we wanted to do in terms of, reviewing these permits along with the EPA as time is going on. That didn't necessarily happen. So we were delayed a little bit in the reviewing process, but we have now gotten to a point where we understand the issue and we understand how we need to set up our SOPs in order to do this a lot quicker and be really efficient in this process. And it's now gotten to the point where we're hoping to have our first notice for permit going out in a couple of days, hopefully. So, we are moving along pretty quickly, but I think it's really important that, Class 6 is home here in Louisiana, because nobody knows our state better than we do, right? And on top of that, I think it's a situation where we see this opportunity as an industrial state with a ton of emissions, and it's not our choice that we had a ton of emissions. It's just the way that we're set up geologically and geographically. I mean, we have the Mississippi River. We have access to an abundance of water. We have access to abundance of waterborne trade. So it's only fitting that a lot of companies find home here in Louisiana. You can't throw a rock from here to New Orleans to Lake Charles to Lafayette without hitting an industrial facility, right? And so there's a ton of opportunity through the carbon capture space for those companies to abate their emissions. And we look at it at the department as there's no regret to doing it, right? If companies or if countries abroad want to have cleaner products, okay, that sounds great. Whether you want to do it to reduce emissions or do it to make money, there's no regret to doing it. And so from our perspective, if that's the way that people want to move forward, then let's do it. And I think, we have some pretty good relationships with a lot of the applicants that are coming in and asking for a Class 6 well. We've been moving through that process pretty quickly. One thing that we do need to get better at is communicating with the communities that are going to see these projects moving forward. We have taken the opportunity to meet with a lot of the legislatures, host community meetings in different parishes where this is becoming a hot topic. But at the end of the day, it's putting Louisiana back at the top of the totem pole when it comes to energy production, but also exporting energy as well. You look at natural gas, 61% of the exports for the United States on liquid natural gas are coming out of Louisiana. And when you look at all the announcements that are coming forward, that's 50% more of those investments are going to be here in Louisiana as well. On top of that, in order to make that investment, there's going to have to be a significant amount of pipeline capacity built. That's also going to happen in Louisiana. So, these are all things that a lot of people, I think, don't realize when it comes to these investments. It's a hub and spoke approach, right? You're going to have a lot more people coming to Louisiana because of the capacity that we have to abate those emissions, but also because of the fact that we have the Mississippi River, we have easy access to the Gulf of America. We have the ability to get any product from New Orleans to St. Paul, Minnesota, to Pittsburgh. We can even get up into Canada. So, we are uniquely positioned in a way that no other state or even country is really positioned. And I think, Class 6 primacy is only going to make that a lot better.
Awesome. Yeah, so the consistent thing I'm hearing here, and we heard it from Commissioner Skermetta and both of you, is really this customer-oriented focus, which is, I think, very pragmatic.
Customer's always right.
Customer's always right. There you go. So can you now kind of pivot a little bit and talk about advanced nuclear specifically and how you see that fitting in to this industrial decarbonization effort that we're having in Louisiana?
Definitely. So, I've always said if you want to decarbonize, nuclear is the way to go, right? It is the best way to do it, and it also provides a tremendous amount of energy that, you can make that up with natural gas, you can use heating oil, whatever other, form of energy that you want to use, but we're seeing a downturn in coal. We know that that's going to have to be met somewhere else. In fact, we talked about this recently, and I wanted to ping you on this. The demand that we're seeing, the increase, is likely due to the decrease in generation that we're seeing from coal and other areas, right? And so there is a need to make that up. But I think another area where we can see the proliferation of nuclear, specifically in Louisiana, is that cogen aspect as well. All these facilities along the river and these LNG export facilities, obviously they have their own form of combustion coming in through the natural gas, but there is a tremendous opportunity through cogen to have SMRs or whatever other aspect that they need to meet that demand for their growing energy needs. And I think as we start to see that demand rise globally, Louisiana, specifically those industries along the river, have that opportunity to deploy small-scale nuclear to meet that demand that, whatever they may have. We've seen people try to, focus on solar, which, great, not opposed to it, right? But, there are some constraints with solar. Nuclear has the opportunity to not only provide 24-hour power, like Stephen said, for a lot of these facilities. I mean, many of these facilities do not shut down in a hurricane. They're still going. I mean, it has to be really bad for them to shut in, and even then, losing money is not necessarily something that they want to do. And so making sure that they have power, 24-hour power, is incredibly important, and nuclear can play that role. So I think that is for our perspective, and working with DEQ, I think that is an area where we can definitely see a lot of proliferation for small-scale nuclear in the state of Louisiana, and I think it's something that we should embrace, with open arms, because it can solve a lot of problems, especially when you think about the fact that we have data centers popping up. That is the biggest need that we see. It's water and it's power. And when you get into the carbon capture space and you talk about direct air capture, the amount of power needed for that it makes my head hurt, right? And so, those are areas where we see the opportunity for nuclear to fill that void and make sure that, we keep our industry running 24/7 and also welcome in other industries as well, because the nuclear industry is going to be one that I think can play a significant role in providing significant benefits to a lot of these parishes that have needs, whether it be their public services, their roads, their fire departments, police forces. Those are all areas where I think, again, that hub and spoke approach, that investment drives a lot of wealth within these areas that have typically never seen any sort of, revenue generation whatsoever. I think, you look at Allen Parish, they've only had about $2 million in royalty revenue, somewhere around that mark. Having more industry come into a place like that would be a tremendous benefit and boon for their economy.
Yeah, and one point of kind of clarification, and Dustin and Stephen and I have talked about this a lot, but when I talked about the total BTUs being flat, the share of that from electricity has increased. And our center's energy outlook projects increase in electricity growth while the total BTUs kind of stay flat because of that increased share. So Stephen, do you want to talk about a little bit about specifically how you see advanced nuclear fitting into that strategy?
Yeah, absolutely. So give me 1 second here. Got to think about that. I don't want to repeat too much of what Dustin said here, in that except that modular nuclear reactors can play an absolutely critical role. We might get to the point where a next generation large reactor isn't even that large anymore, right? If these projects that we're seeing in the demand of direct air capture in the data centers, all of a sudden 1,000 megawatts isn't something that you have to share even among multiple users, or 2 or 3 users coming together to share a gigawatt of baseload no longer seems to be that insane, which is kind of a wild thought that you could build something of that scale and immediately the economy is going to still be hungry for more power. It's a beast that is really seeking to devour it. But so here in Louisiana, we have started I don't know if I want to get right now to the interagency working group, but the governor has convened an interagency working group in conjunction with our Public Service Commission, which is our duly elected constitutional regulator for power, as well as our DEQ, our DENR, our state energy office kind of coming in there a little bit severally, as well as economic development and in partnership with LSU and our lovely utilities. We're all coming together to think about, to build on the work that the Atlantic Council and the Idaho National Labs and the Public Service Commission have already done. I hope everybody's seen our LANCE report, Louisiana Advanced Nuclear Competitive Edge. Thank you. That was an excellent step that our Public Service Commission, really with their foresight, I mean, you heard Commissioner Scametta here earlier, they really saw this coming a few years ago, I think, when they really started to initiate this process and connect with the National Lab and start to utilize some of those resources that are out there. They really initiated that process. They've released an amazing strategic framework. And that strategic framework asks some things of the governor, right? It asks of the Energy Office of Economic Development, which is really to get out there, analyze these options, explore the market, explore what mechanisms the regulators, Department of Environmental Quality and DENR, have to take, right? Because our nuclear regulations are really based on the reactors from the 70s and 80s. We've had no reason to go back and revisit those rules, revisit those things for what these technologies look like. So we're going to go and embark on that kind of whole of government process to evaluate what's needed to properly prepare for the technology that some of the people in this room are very well aware of, but throughout the state and throughout the country, maybe people don't quite yet see it coming. So that's the next step, and that'll be the next step too, is to get out there and, as Dustin said, engage the communities, let people know what these technologies are capable of, how safety has really advanced, because that's going to be something, we're going to have to, I don't know what the campaign's going to be called, maybe not your grandpa's nuclear reactor or something. Maybe the marketing people could come with something a little bit snappier. But all of these things are going to have to be ways in which government could really, I think state government's going to have to do two roles. One, we're going to have to lead, right? We're going to have to really step into the shoes. We're going to have to pick up the baton and lead the parade and say, guys, we need this. This is safe. This is effective. This is something that can really boost our economy and pull many more jobs, many more families out of poverty as we demand electricity going forward. And the jobs that then come in after you have a clean base load of power is really, really remarkable, as we've already seen with carbon capture and storage, right? People say, well, what's the economic benefit from putting carbon underground? Well, when a Hyundai or a Meta comes into your state with a large project, because they have the ability to make it net neutral, that's the real economic benefit of going net zero, is those jobs that kind of follow it. So our one job is to lead, and then our other job is to get out of the way, right? We need to make the regulations easier. I know that is broadly a federal problem, but we hope that through the ADVANCE Act and through other steps, we know that Chris Wright tweets a lot that energy, that nuclear is the future. We know he's bullish on it. I'm sure the federal administration apparatus is very well aware that they are kind of the impediment to nuclear growth right now. So as they adopt more of those rules and try to pass them downstream, we have to be ready to grab the baton from them and also make it to where we're not just impeding energy because we're just irrationally afraid or unaware of how technology has advanced over the past century of nuclear development. So we're going to lead, we're going to get out of the way at the same time. That sounds a little bit like an oxymoron, but I think it's about picking your spots and understanding where government needs to do better and where it needs to do less. And that's kind of our dual mandate, I think, right now.
And that's actually a good point, the getting out of the way part. One thing that the Secretary and I have really been focusing on is this permit by rule concept, right? If we have the regulations from the federal government clearly laid out and requirements that we have to follow, as long as those requirements are met, the permit should be issued. It does not matter who the project belongs to, how big it is. I often say, and I feel like I got in trouble about this last time, but someone came in to talk about a carbon capture project and they were telling us how great it is. I said, I don't care how great it is. Our job is to just review the permit, and our cover is going to be whether that work is done well to review that permit and issue that permit. Once that permit goes out, it's up to you to communicate that to the public. And that's where getting out of the way comes into place. I think, if through permit by rule, as long as we meet all of those requirements and those requirements are clearly set out by the federal government, then we can unleash a ton of investment here in the state.
So I want to dig into that. I think is such an important point, and we've seen it with CCS, where there's been a lot of information out there. Sometimes there's a lot of misinformation out there, and a lot of it just comes from legitimate people want to understand what's coming in their community, which is extremely legitimate. They're asking for answers. Us as academics, our role isn't to go in and convince a community of anything, but it is the role of the university to provide that information when people are asking for it. The department, it's not your job to, again, go promote the project per se, but it is your job to assess the project based upon what the laws are and issue the permit by rule. Can we talk a little about what are those kind of mistakes that might have been made? Maybe they were messaging, maybe it wasn't getting out early enough with CCS that we can learn as we move forward with advanced nuclear to kind of deal with some of these issues that we've seen.
Yeah, definitely. So I think a common misconception in government is that once a bill's passed or once a decision is made, pack it up, you're done, job's over, right? That is not the case at all. That's only the beginning. And I think, through this Class 6 process, what ended up happening in the last administration, and to nobody's fault, I'm not here to blame anyone, but what ended up happening was we got primacy and everyone kind of sat back and said, we're done. The result of that, however, is the fact that we didn't necessarily have our standard operating procedures built out. We didn't necessarily have our chain of succession on these permits built out throughout the department. We're a department that has a ton of engineers and a ton of geologists, but they're all segmented in different areas. And there was an opportunity to commingle those assets and people to be able to review these permits in a more timely manner and get them out quicker, and utilizing the amount of brain power that we have in the department. And so, again, I said earlier, it was a 4-year process, and then we finally got it, but we had to start over with a lot of these permits. That really put us in a huge delay because, we didn't necessarily know where to start. And I think that is one thing that we can learn from, the proliferation of carbon capture and bring that into nuclear, is that we need to know exactly what our process is going to be before we even get to that point. We need to build out those SOPs. We need to make sure that we have the appropriate people in the places to be able to review that information. And I think similar to the partnership that we have with Center for Energy Studies, and we also have a partnership with LED, and we're working very closely with the Public Service Commission, we need to do the same with DEQ. Right? We need to make sure that we put that partnership in motion now so that when we do get to the point where we can deploy large-scale or small-scale nuclear throughout the state, that we know exactly where to start, and we know exactly how these permits are going to be moving through the process, and we know, exactly what infrastructure is going to be needed in order to tie that into the grid, or, for that cogen, so that any company that comes to Louisiana like Hyundai and they need to have green power or net zero or zero emissions altogether, we can make sure that that electron stays with them, right? That's a big part of it as well. I think you see a lot of folks talking about proliferation of renewables and tying that into the grid. There are a lot of companies that need to have that electron in order to meet their requirements through their board or through whatever carbon border adjustment mechanism that they're going to have to go through with the European Union or through Asia. I think we need to make sure that we develop a process to where folks can keep that electron and be able to tie it to their production so that they can continue to be profitable.
Awesome. So we got 2 minutes left. I'm going to close on this. 1 minute per person. Give me the biggest comparative advantage Louisiana has with advanced nuclear, and what do you think our biggest roadblock or challenge is?
I'm going to go, there's a few comparative advantages, but I have to leave some for Dustin, so I'm going to give one. Workforce. It's our workforce. We build mega projects here. We put up the big plants. And we are also, here in Louisiana, we are already the leader in modular construction. Right? When we talk about, we say SMRs a lot, but we almost gloss over the fact that that M is modular. Right now we have ports all throughout our coast in Iberia, Morgan City, Lake Charles, Sabine, in south of New Orleans, all building modules for LNG plants, right? And that's something that's a little bit remarkable because there was a lot of fear that the growth of modular construction of large assets in the United States was going to be something that depopulated jobs, right? You're going to build these things in South Korea or, I don't know, Moldova or wherever, and you're going to put them onto ships and you're going to bring them over, and all of a sudden you're going to be basically utilizing the United States as resources and exporting them without ever creating any jobs here. Well, that turned out not to be true. Why? Because Louisiana is so great. We like to buckle down and do it. Our people put their boots on, they show up to work before the sun rises, and they start welding. So when it comes to welding, fabrication, piping, instrumentation, cement, rebar, manufacturing, some of those things that are going to go into these plants, whether or not the next SMR that's commercially available is stationed in Louisiana, I'd be willing to bet a large part of it's going to be built in Louisiana. So that's going to be one of our biggest impetuses for growth and why we're going to be at a competitive edge for nuclear power.
Awesome. Dustin?
Yeah, I would say our competitive advantage is the fact that we have a ton of emissions, right? There's a lot of room to grow here in Louisiana, and you look at the United States as a whole, we've reduced our emissions more than the next 21 or 22 countries combined. But that doesn't mean we have to stop. And Louisiana is is home to a lot of the largest emissions because of our industrial facilities that we have here. So there's a tremendous opportunity to come in and make that better for a lot of these facilities that are operating here in Louisiana, but then also build that out. And like Stephen said, we're good at exporting our expertise, whether it be land building and coastal restoration, whether it be energy, shipbuilding. We do it great here, and we also got a lot of water. right? We got the Mississippi River there, which I think we should change the name to the Louisiana River, since we're at it. It does end here, right? But we have access to typically everything that every country around the world wishes that they have. And so when it comes to, building industrial facilities, we can do it all. And we're not ashamed to try it. And we have no pride over ownership of which port is going to do it or where it's going to be. There's a ton of investment to go around everywhere. And so I think when it comes to our competitive advantage, it is the Louisiana River and our emissions.
All right, well, Stephen, I look forward to the next executive order. You can talk to the governor for us to make that happen. I'd much appreciate it.
Anytime.
Dustin, Stephen, I learn so much every time I talk to you, and we have a lot of fun. Thank you so much for coming today.
Thanks, Greg.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. That was really just a fantastic fireside chat. I really, really appreciate all three of you. I am delighted to invite everyone to join us for a brief coffee break just outside of this room. And please return at 10:30 when our program will resume. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. Thank you for joining us again for the remainder of this morning's program. I'm delighted to introduce our next panel, which will be a conversation around a strategic nuclear energy framework for first mover states. We felt that John Kotek would be the most appropriate moderator for this panel because every time a state expresses interest in nuclear energy, they call John and ask him for the framework. So John is the Senior Vice President of Policy Development and Public Affairs at the Nuclear Energy Institute. And John, I'm delighted to turn it over to you to introduce and moderate your panel. Thank you.
Fantastic. Well, thank you, Jennifer. Thanks, everyone, for the opportunity. I have a great panel for you all to hear from today, talk about what's going on in the states, the great opportunities, some of the challenges that exist. We've got with us today the Honorable Aurelia Giacometto, who's the Secretary of the Louisiana Department of Environmental Quality. We've got Dr. Shannon Bragg-Sitton, who is Associate Lab Director for the Energy, Environment, Science, and Technology Directorate at the Idaho National Laboratory, my former employer. We have Jeremy Pearson, who's the Director of the San Rafael Energy Research Center in Utah. And last but certainly not least, Rob Krieger, who's the Executive Director of the Wyoming Energy Authority. So a great group of folks from a great collection of states that are really leaning forward on nuclear energy technology development. And so really want to dive in with a set of questions for them, but first want to just frame it a little bit. I thought the talks we heard this morning set the stage really perfectly. Both Commissioner Skrmeta and Dr. Twilley, I thought, underscored a lot of the reasons why states are interested in new nuclear. But certainly the reactors themselves, but also the things that are going to be needed to support a next wave of nuclear deployment in the U.S. and around the world, right? So the supply chain, the fuel supply, the workforce, all of the things that are going to be needed to get the technologies into operation, then sustain them over the long term. I know that for those of us who are in the industry, the level of support that we're seeing from state governments is like nothing we've seen. I've been at this over 35 years, and I've never seen states leaning in on new nuclear the way they are now. It goes beyond certainly the states here. I was just down in Austin, Texas, for example, last week, testifying on a bill that would establish a fund to help promote new nuclear, both construction of new plants, but also supply chain development in the state. Quite a lot of activity in states like New York, Indiana, and the list goes on and on. And it's for many of the reasons that were discussed earlier this morning, right? People are demanding that reliable, resilient, firm power that can be generated affordably and at stable prices. And they see nuclear as a real key over the long term to unlocking economic opportunities. And so want to dive in to, again, offer some questions to our panelists here. And really, I thought I'd start with you. And earlier this month, you shared with, I guess, a joint session of the legislature that LDEQ is actively researching and developing procedures, including permitting, to prepare for the expansion of nuclear energy in Louisiana. So share with the audience what that means. What are you up to?
Absolutely. So we've been pretty busy at the agency. And as I was explaining earlier to some folks, when you look at a regulatory agency, and my experience is that I came from corporate America. I also worked in the federal government, and now I work in a state regulatory agency. And when you're looking at business, one of the impediments that sometimes happens is agencies, federal agencies or state agencies. And so our governor is very pro-business. Governor Landry had said, Louisiana is open for business. DEQ sits uniquely in this spot where we're here for comprehensive protection of the environment, public health, but at the same time, we're also the regulatory agency for business and business development. So sitting in this spot, we're having this balanced approach. And if we are open for business and we see the growth that's happening with the investments from Meta, there's just the announcement that happened earlier this week from Hyundai. These are billion-dollar projects. They're occurring in rural areas where we know that infrastructure investment is going to happen. And part of that infrastructure investment that's going to happen is within the agency. So how do we prepare ourselves on the energy front for the businesses that are coming here so that it's not the agency that's going to permit them, that's the impediment. So for us to be involved in the discussions early with businesses, with proof of concept, with the esteemed individuals that we have here, that's going to allow the state to move at the speed in which the governor wants us to move. And I will give a huge plug to Wyoming. As we're building up the agency, as we're looking on the forefront from innovation, I said, hey, Wyoming has a great program. Let's look at their regulations. Let's not spend time starting from scratch. If there's something that's out there, let's retool it.
That's fantastic. Shannon, let me move to you next. And as someone who spent a little bit of time in the National Lab System and the Department of Energy system, I really appreciate what the national labs can bring to the table. Not sure everybody here has had the opportunity to work with the national labs or is really, understands what the INL is and what you're doing to help first mover states understand and unlock the opportunity with next generation nuclear. So if you would, describe a little bit about the role you all are playing.
Absolutely, thank you, John. And let me just frame it a little bit about what are the national laboratories. I think that many of you are probably aware of that network, but some of you may not be. Idaho National Lab is one of 17 Department of Energy national laboratories. INL is the lead nuclear energy lab. That doesn't mean we only do nuclear energy, but that is our sweet spot. We do a significant amount of nuclear energy, working to develop new technologies, new deployment concepts, working with very early readiness level technologies as well as those that are advancing toward commercial adoption through industry partnerships. So INL, as well as the DOE Gateway for Accelerated Innovation in Nuclear, the GAIN program, has been working with the National Association of Energy Officials, or NASIO, in their first mover initiative in order to propel advanced nuclear energy by decreasing risk and costs and driving policies that support market adoption. Now, there's 11 states that are engaged in that, including those represented here, Wyoming and Utah and Louisiana, and we've been working quite a bit with those initiatives to provide access to expertise, access to educational materials on energy options. And I say it that way because, as I mentioned, we know nuclear energy. We're very good at that, but we don't want to push nuclear energy if it's not what makes sense. So we provide that assistance and technical analysis, feasibility studies on those energy systems options, understanding where does advanced nuclear fit alongside other resources that may be available in that region, and to support a range of energy needs that may be very specific to that state or region. That could be electricity, or it could be these large industrial loads that have been mentioned this morning. And I think it's really important to understand how we can specifically interact with each of you in these local regions, whether it be to engage with the local leaders, to help the local leaders to better understand these technologies, attending community meetings, having our experts accessible to answer those key questions, to better understand if this policy were put in place, how might this impact overall performance or adoption of technologies. And I also want to say that we open up the laboratory to provide some of that firsthand learning, and we want to invite those local leaders to better understand some of those technologies by walking through and seeing it, interacting directly with many of those experts that we have at the laboratory, so that you can better understand it and then communicate that out to those communities. So we would love to engage further. We have many individuals in our communications team and our technical teams that are ready and willing to help you in this process.
And just to build on that a little bit, I don't think it's any exaggeration to say that of all the advanced nuclear technologies that are out there, the technologies that are currently in use today, they can all trace their roots back to work that was done in the DOE system, all right? And it's really exciting to see many of the companies that are now seeking to commercialize next generation nuclear started out as small DOE university-based or lab-based research projects. So you all have a breadth of knowledge about these technologies because you helped pioneer them.
Absolutely, and we have many test beds that are helping to advance those technologies toward commercialization and to really make that real and tangible to each of those organizations or entities looking to adopt them.
Yeah. And so speaking of test beds, Jeremy, let's turn to you next. If you would, please explain to folks what is the San Rafael Energy Research Center and how you're working with the state of Utah to help advance nuclear in the state.
Great, thanks for the question, John. Yeah, it could come as a surprise to some because Utah doesn't have a big history with nuclear, but we're really moving fast. I'll just say this is my first time in Louisiana, and I'm really excited to be here and found out right away that you have the largest, tallest capitol in the country, which was really neat, and you could see it on the horizon. But also noticed right away with your natural gas and the Hyundai announcement and just why this is the next spot for Frontiers to come. So really excited. A little background on our lab in Utah. So we're a state-owned lab doing advanced energy research, and we're set up to strengthen and diversify our energy economy in Utah. And we could be seen as supporting our state's big audacious goals, which if you've heard of them, three big goals. We got Operation Gigawatt, set to double electric output in 10 years. And then we've heard our President of the Senate, Stuart Adams, speak of Utah, right next to Idaho, being the nation's demonstration bed for reactors. And then we've also heard it mention ore to store, because we have the uranium mines and only operating mill in the country, and we have energy solutions storage. And at our lab, we're working with companies that are doing enrichment and recycling. For example, Nusano is developing a new enrichment technology that's a little more efficient than centrifuges, and their data showing orders of magnitude less mass of equipment to enrich. And then we're working with Curio on the recycling process. And so a little bit more on Operation Gigawatt. Our state legislature passed 3 bills. Our session's already done this year. One that's helping with grid infrastructure, another that's helping with energy solutions, and then HB 249, which is really helping with siting locations for advanced reactors and identifying technologies. And so you could imagine Stuart Adams' vision, some areas that have been talked about. For example, Dugway is a military site, could host the BWXT reactor. Radiant just came out after last Frontiers with an announcement to put a reactor at Hill Air Force Base. You have Natrium and TerraPower talking about putting their reactors at Hunter and Huntington coal plants. We're looking to revive the Blue Castle project, which was courting Westinghouse previously. And Eagle Mountain, of course, is very interested in data center nuclear applications. And so we're kind of looking at it. We see the demand coming, but we also see this as responding to the people. We take kind of a humanistic approach, talking less about what energy we need, but just more about energy abundance. And so the governor and the legislature are really aligned, but again, listening to the people. I'll just share one story and then pass it on. So our lab, just fortuitously, is right between the 2 coal plants that could go nuclear, and Pacificorp came out with Chuck Tack and was trying to prime the community on nuclear energy, said a few things, and then turned it to the audience and said, it was ready for them to be like, oh my goodness, what's going on? This is dangerous. And I was in the meeting. I was even shocked myself that the community members were all over Pacificorp saying, why wasn't this done yesterday? What do we need to permit? What do we need to do? And he actually had to step back and say, actually, no, we can't move this fast. We have to wait till Wyoming's successful. And then, so Utah is hungry, and we're ready.
Oh, that's fantastic. So Rob, let me turn to you next. And Jeremy mentioned uranium, and historically folks, they thought about nuclear, and Wyoming, they probably thought about uranium. as the largest producer in the U.S., but there's so much more than that going on within the state. So if you'd talk a little bit about the framework that you all have established, and then earlier had made reference to your approach to permitting as well, and if you would maybe brag a little bit on your recent progress with TerraPower, the state permit.
Yeah, absolutely, and thanks for having me. You know, it's interesting to talk about this now because 5 years ago we were right where Utah was. There was this Natrium announcement in Wyoming, and Wyoming was not used to nuclear. As some of you may know, Wyoming is a consistent top 5 energy producer in the country. We're #1 in the country for coal, top 5 in gas, and top 10 in oil. And so when this announcement came, some folks were a little hesitant at first, right? Because we hadn't had an operating reactor in Wyoming, but we had been mining uranium since 1950. So that piece of the supply chain Wyoming was used to, and it was really interesting as at the time I worked in the governor's office, and a lot of folks forget now that Kemmer, where the town where the Natrium reactor is going to be, wasn't always the selection point. When they first announced this, they were kind of feeling out these communities that had coal plants that they wanted to maybe tie into. Once we started to educate and talk to the communities more, folks went from being hesitant to every community who had the coal plant in their town raising their hand saying, hey, we want this nuclear reactor here. How can we do that? And then, of course, when they chose Kemmer, the other communities were a little bit jealous. But at that point, our legislature kind of went to the governor and to the WEA and said, hey, we can't stop here, right? Wyoming's new to this, but we want to take advantage of this. I see Steve Allmeyer here, huge help in our strategic framework that was how do we do more than just the power and just the mining of the uranium, right? How do we do everything in between? How do we tap into our manufacturers in Wyoming? So, 5 years later, we have Natrium off and running. They got their permits to start they're moving dirt. Their groundbreaking was this last summer, which was great. We also have a project with BWXT, Advanced Technologies out of Lynchburg, to look at more of a microreactor type application. And the beauty of that project was, again, looking at our framework that we had built, how do we bring in our manufacturers? So we have a company called HiViz out of Laramie that builds sites for weapons. You wouldn't think they'd work on nuclear reactors or be able to have an application there, but sure enough, they do. And so we just see those kind of synergies as we continue to move. And it all comes back to this framework and this sort of pro-energy mindset that the state has and the really high energy IQ. A lot of folks in Wyoming understand energy and the need for baseload power. So that's been super helpful as we go forward. The beauty of the Wyoming Energy Authority is we're essentially the state's Department of Energy, but we don't regulate or permit, which is I often enjoy. But our DEQ, I heard the last panel talking about Class 6 primacy. We were the second state in the nation to get that because of our DEQ's really forward-looking mindset and our agreement state status with the NRC on uranium. So, Wyoming really is, instead of saying no to everything like some folks in some states may do, we're always, yes, how do we do this? So it's worked quite well.
No, that's fantastic. Let's pivot now to a discussion of challenges, because we know, that while there's a lot of excitement, enthusiasm, and promise with advanced nuclear, there are going to be some challenges along the way. And really, I thought I'd turn to you first. As you look at this, through the lens of your current job, what are the challenges that you foresee, and how are you thinking about addressing those?
Yeah, so when it comes to looking at regulations, it's seeing at the pace in which business is moving, what do they see as what has either worked well, making sure, like timing-wise, because when it comes to a regulation, you're usually looking at what is something that is reproducible, making sure that all the safety concerns have been taken into consideration. And one of the reasons why this is falling under the scope of DEQ is Louisiana is an agreement state to the NRC. When it comes to emergency response to nuclear, there's 2 nuclear power plants here in Louisiana. That response falls under DEQ. And then that response radius is 10 miles, so we actually have response for one of the power plants that's in Mississippi. So it kind of already falls within our scope when it comes to anything radioisotopes, the power plants, but really the pace in which we're moving is going to depend on where business is seeing, hey, there's either challenges that they've had or that they're able to say, we have a process in place, this is what we see is going to work, and we want to be able to work alongside them in that so that permitting is not something that's a hindrance.
Yeah, fantastic. Shannon, let me turn to you next, and I'm really excited about the work that you all are doing at the INL. Have personally been a real fan of the work that you all have done over integrated hybrid energy systems, the different ways of producing hydrogen from nuclear, for example. A lot of the things that they can help take full advantage of nuclear technology. Tell the audience a little bit about the types of challenges that you're working on helping to address. I'll just add as an aside, I was really excited to see the MOU signing this morning. It sounds like there's some real potential for synergies between the INL and the universities here in helping to bring to market some of these potential, I'll call them non-traditional applications of nuclear. But
thank you, John. And yeah, this is an area I get really excited about as well. So nuclear energy traditionally has been baseload power. It chugs out reliably, resiliently, and it puts that electricity on the grid, and it's dispatchable. However, as we start adding more and more to the grid, we have variable resources, we have varying demand, we can think a little bit differently as to how we support those demands. When we think about an integrated or a hybrid system, think about it as a step beyond cogeneration. So beyond just one resource providing electricity to the grid, now we're looking at ways in which we can more tightly couple and coordinate the operation of those generation resources that we might have in the region, and that will vary depending on where it is, and use that energy more effectively to meet electricity demand, but also meet those industrial energy demands. So nuclear energy, of course, is more than just an electricity producer. It produces that high-quality heat, high-quality steam, and electricity that can now support these various industrial loads. And that's something we haven't really done in the past, but it is that non-emitting energy source that can be that robust backbone for industry as well. And when we think about operating it in this collective integrated mode, now we have a system that can be much more flexible. So we can flexibly respond to these different demands and ensure that they are met all the time that they are needed. So I'm going to tell a little story too, like Jeremy did. My roots are in space nuclear systems. That's where I got started. That's what I did research on for many, many years. And in those systems, you don't produce a watt that you're not going to use, and you don't curtail anything because it costs so much to put those systems where they need to be, on the moon or Mars, wherever that might be. But historically, we haven't brought those same ideas to our systems that we deploy terrestrially. We say, oh, dial back power, that's fine. Why do we do that? We can bring these same concepts of maximizing the utilization of that capital that's invested in those facilities by building them in a way that can be optimized in how we operate and how we dispatch that energy overall. So INL has been working on these types of integrated concepts for a number of years now. There was some early starts in that by some of my colleagues here in the audience, Steve Allmeyer and Richard Boardman, who really started thinking about this. And then we were able to amplify that and move that forward, not only through some of those paper studies that were mentioned this morning, but now moving that into demonstration systems so that we can show how would we design those interfaces, those heat exchangers, the heat transfer from one system to the next in a way that is safe, that isolates the systems where they need to be isolated, and do that in hardware systems and show how that we can scale that up. And so those are some of the areas where we're taking advantage of the large land area that we have at Idaho National Laboratory and building out an energy technology proving ground that moves from lab scale systems up to those deployment scale systems where we'll actually do large scale hydrogen production alongside a demonstration of some of these advanced microreactors, hydrogen utilization, and the value chain for that hydrogen. So think about these types of scenarios when we have reduced electricity demand on the grid or by that particular coupled user. Well, now we're going to make that highly valuable energy product like hydrogen, that now is a currency that can be moved where it needs to be, utilized in the way that it needs to be as a feedstock, or provide peak power as well. So these are the types of concepts that we are developing and now demonstrating so that we can be ready to deploy them in places like Louisiana.
Fantastic. Jeremy, I'll turn to you next. So last year we had the Frontiers session in your home state of Utah. Great session. At that meeting, there was a lot of exploration of ideas around off-grid applications of nuclear, right, or more not traditional applications in Utah and even beyond. You want to talk a little bit about some of the thinking there?
Great, thanks, John. And I really appreciate your comment, Shannon. I don't know if you remember, but we first met at the Space Nuclear Conference in New Mexico. And I really like space stuff. And then kind of my passion became this off-grid nuclear heat. And so I've admired from afar your work and Richard Boardman's work and Charles Forsberg at MIT who's worked with you. So to be on a panel with you today is really an honor. And and it was an honor to have the Frontiers in Utah. And I recall there's three ways you could look at off-grid. You could look at maybe like a microgrid on a defense site or an AI data center, or these nuclear heat applications that don't need to necessarily connect unless they're integrating. And so in Utah, of course, as I mentioned, we've got on that panel, and we had in Park City, we had Joe from BWXT representing the reactor and representatives from Dugway, a military site that could be a future host. And then after Frontiers, Radiant, who was also there, announced an MOU putting one of their reactors at Hill Air Force Base. So those are two really exciting applications we're looking for in terms of that.
And talk a little bit about some of the challenges associated. Like for example, Hill Air Force Base, for folks who don't know it, not too far north of Salt Lake. I mean, very populated area, right? What sort of challenges do you anticipate with that sort of an application?
So Utah is interesting because, again, we don't have any nuclear reactors, and we have a history with being downwinders and the unsuccessful, let's say, private fuel storage and
right.
storage. So since working in Senator Hatch's office, I've put a lot of effort into thinking, how can we turn Utah into one of the biggest supporters rather than fearful? And I think a lot of it comes down to the community engagement and the town hall sessions like we've been having in Eagle Mountain. And I think I think as long as people understand and we work from the community up rather than forcing it, I think there will be an appetite. Now, these population centers, because we're all on the Wasatch Front, may be a little difficult, and so I'm not prepared to answer how that will go. But I do think that these advanced reactors, as an engineer, for me, it's fascinating to see the passive safety shutdown mechanisms. And so I think as we communicate those in ways the public can understand, that the comfort level can increase.
Right. One of the earlier panelists used the phrase, not your grandpa's nuclear or something to that effect, which is actually the favorite phrase of one of my colleagues at NEI. So he's going to be thrilled to hear that it's making its way into the ecosystem. But there is a lot about the new technology that makes it, I think, I'm saying easier sell, right? But there's a better conversation to have with folks who might be concerned about safety. And then I think that the example that was set there in Wyoming in terms of just getting out, communicating with folks, even before you've selected a site, right? Don't do the old decide, announce, defend. Go talk to a set of community, see who might be interested, and then move forward. After they've had an opportunity to learn about it and hopefully get excited about the project. So, Rob, you want to talk a little bit about some of the experiences you're having in Wyoming and the challenges that you see as you pursue advanced nuclear?
Yeah, so I was thinking about the challenges, and it's interesting. You talked about you were in Texas and the fund that they're looking to stand up. 4 years ago, the Wyoming legislature stood up what's called the Energy Matching Funds, which the appropriations over the years have totaled over $255 million to go towards any type of energy project. I mentioned all the different resources we have earlier. So that's, we did that years ago. We got the regulatory piece in place. We got the manufacturers engaged. So a lot of times when we go speak on this, folks say Wyoming, has it all lined out. Are there any challenges? Well, we're running into now, again, just sort of an education piece on a topic that I know you all know isn't controversial at all, about spent fuel, right? And what do we do with that? Obviously, the Natrium reactor will store on site. The community is okay with that, but we have a new project looking at Wyoming that's kind of a change on sort of your traditional reactor type, where they would fuel the reactor at the manufacturing center in a place in Wyoming and then ship that out to somewhere to use. And then once it needs refueled and refurbished, it'd come back to Wyoming. And at that point, we'd need to store that fuel there. That was brought up during our legislative session, which ended about a month ago. And a lot of good discussion, a lot of education that needs to take place. And so, again, a beauty about Wyoming is instead of, they did vote the bill down. They, not necessarily against it, but wanting to educate more. Mm-hmm. So that's the number one issue in the interim for our Minerals Committee, is to talk about that, go to these communities. And I know that company did that already this week, actually, and had a big town hall to talk about exactly what their technology is and the safety parameters around storing spent fuel. So really, that's been about it. We've noticed, obviously, on some of these advanced reactors, there's going to be a pinch for fuel. So that's sort of, we're keeping our eye on the, obviously, more reactor development, but that's where our eyes are set to, is how do we maybe attract some of the fuel manufacturing and fabrication into Wyoming as well, and really try to paint that picture as, we've exported coal from Wyoming to over 25 states in this country for decades. And so we're trying to explain to legislators in those communities, we have an opportunity to do that with nuclear fuel as well, right? Have a hub in Wyoming and send that all across the country and hopefully the world at some point. So that's, really what's been going on recently. And again, the challenge is Wyoming is just, a great place because, again, folks understand the need for power. We see all these projections. Wyoming as a whole, often get made fun of because we're so small. We have a little over 500,000 people. The beauty of that is everybody knows everybody. So we can move pretty quickly on what we want to do. And that's proven to be really a huge advantage for us in this new space.
Yeah, what's it they say about Wyoming? It's like a small city with one really long main street.
That's exactly right. Yep. Okay. That's exactly right. Yep.
Okay. All right. Good stuff. So let's close the panel out with a discussion of the opportunities, and really I'll turn back to you first. Tell us a little bit more about what the state sees, in terms of opportunity for advanced nuclear, and particularly maybe in the agricultural manufacturing sectors.
Yeah, I think just what was discussed earlier today on the panel between the labs and the universities, seeing the opportunities that are already existing there, knowing that this is something that the state is very supportive of. You have multiple agencies, not just DEQ, you have DENR, and that there's a very collaborative approach when it comes to the regulatory agencies with business. And so it's just, putting all those pieces together. And, I'm of the belief if, you want to move quickly, it doesn't, hurt to see who has already been on particular paths, learning from that, being able to adopt those process and procedures and, tailoring it to the landscape that we have here with our vast natural resources, and then use that to attract more business and opportunities here to the state.
Yeah, no, that's fantastic. I've been really excited about what I've been hearing coming out of the conversations today and previous. Shannon, let me turn to you next and maybe ask you to take a little bit more of a kind of a nationwide view on this one. Share your thoughts on how advanced nuclear can really help with the U.S. as we try to really benefit from our energy resources and spur more energy-driven economic development.
Certainly. So one thing I want to pause and say is what is really advanced nuclear? What are we really talking about with that? The nuclear plants that we have deployed in the United States today are all light water cooled. They fall into a couple of categories there, but they are water cooled, and that limits the temperature of operation to some extent. Many of these advanced nuclear systems operate at higher temperatures. Yes, some of them are still water cooled, but they offer a higher temperature, offering us higher efficiencies and the ability to couple with some of these industries that require higher temperature heat to support those. We also bring in concepts of continuous improvement in our nuclear technologies, building in even more inherent passive safety in these designs, and new opportunities to really begin to close the fuel cycle. So when we talk about spent fuel, first I'll change that to used fuel. There's a lot more that we can do with that. And these designs really help us to bring some of those concepts into those applications. Advanced nuclear also then brings the opportunity to right-size the system to the demand. That means we open up a lot of opportunities for deployment where we can't necessarily support a gigawatt scale system, but maybe it needs that reliable, resilient microreactor or small modular reactor to support those demands, while those gigawatt facilities can go and support those data centers that have just tremendous energy requirements. And as we start to look at that national perspective and then that global perspective, when we have that reliable, resilient energy that's very energy dense, now we can support all of those growing areas in onshoring that manufacturing, steel manufacturing, the hydrogen production and utilization of hydrogen in chemicals manufacturing, and do so in a way that's non-emitting so that we can expand some of that export that we've talked about earlier today, because there is a demand for low carbon products around the world, and many of the companies that have been mentioned are multinational companies, and they're dealing with different requirements in different parts of the world. By moving forward and accelerating our deployment of technologies such as advanced nuclear, we can lead the way globally in showing how it can be done and ensure that we have a very firm seat at the table in that global market, and ensure that U.S. technologies are there in those deployments globally as well as here in the United States.
Yeah, no, appreciate that. And then, Jeremy, Rob, let me turn to you both with the last question. It's really about regions working together. You know, for those who might be new to nuclear, you know, one of the things one of the challenges we're going to have to address is any one of these new deployments, the first few of a kind are going to cost more. Right? You got to finish your design, you got to build your supply chain, your workforce, you got to get the permitting done, right? And then you just got to get good at building them, okay? And so I'm hearing more and more conversation around getting states and companies across states to work together to try to enable new nuclear to happen faster and more affordably. But so share your thoughts on the possibility of regional consortia, if you would.
Great, thanks, John. Yeah, we see a lot of this popping up, and we have to recognize first Idaho National Lab that was a demonstrate site before and is now doing multiple demonstrations. And then you see TerraPower in Wyoming, a Piketon facility in Ohio, and Texas with the X Energy, and what I described in Utah. I think a lot of this is really forward-looking, so it's going to take companies like TerraPower CEO was at our conference in Salt Lake a couple weeks ago and said that we're going to get behind this economically with an eye towards the future for the profit. And then we can see federal incentives that take that similar approach. And then consortia can surround big projects like nuclear heat applications. I just want to highlight one in Utah, our ACES Delta project that we have. It's a hydrogen project and hydrogen storage, 100 tons of hydrogen a day, 228 megawatts of renewable power, and 300 gigawatt hours of storage in underground caverns, kind of like you do in Louisiana with the Strategic Petroleum Reserve. To put that in perspective, 300 gigawatt hours is larger than all of the lithium-ion battery storage projects in the world combined, and bigger than the largest pumped hydro dam in China. And that's just 2 of the 78 caverns. So, and it's a lot of opportunity to expand. And a similar project going on in Texas, in Hydrogen City, and in Louisiana with your underground salt formation, something that you could consider as well here. And the reason I mention that is because we're developing advanced hydrogen production technologies to support that project, but really inspiring paper by Charles Forsberg. And I'll read you the name in case you want to look it up. Actually, I can't find it. But he talked about co-siting gigascale hydrogen production facilities with underground salt formations for a repository and refurbishing of nuclear reactors and nuclear fuel recycling. And so I view the ACES location, he outlays in his paper all the salt formations in the United States where this could happen. So Utah's one, Texas is one, Louisiana's another. I could see in the next over the next 6 years, our Senator Lee, who chairs the Energy and Natural Resources Committee, Senator Heinrich from New Mexico, Bill Cassidy could play a role on the committee, excellent senator, in actually putting forth a program that authorizes funding and enables used nuclear fuel recycling at these sites that Charles Forsberg envisioned. And I think the enabler of used nuclear fuel is going to be the economics. So when you have 10 times the value in the used nuclear fuel as you do fuel with these space isotopes, you can realize an economical reason for doing it once you have the technologies to separate. So that's a big consortium that I see on the horizon that could come sooner rather than later, and Louisiana could play a role too.
Appreciate it. Rob?
Yeah, I think you hit the nail on the head. You know, when we talk about some of these new micro reactors, to your point, the first few ones are going to be a little pricey. So I'd look at our project with BWXT. You know, when we started our Trona patch, for those of you that aren't familiar with what Trona is, it's soda ash. It's in your glass. It's in your baking soda. The largest natural reserve of Trona in the world is in Wyoming. I say natural because China makes a synthetic Trona, which obviously is a competitor for us. So the Trona mines, we're looking at two things. One, and I won't disparage any utilities, but utilities are in a tough point right now, right? With you know, their balance sheets being a little challenged with wildfire mitigation and those sort of things. So the Trona patch wanted to look at maybe third-party generation opportunities, but also the emission-free opportunities when they look at their consumers wanting to have that. So when you talk about getting more of these reactors out, when this project at BWXT is looking at the Trona patch to obviously have the power, but the industrial heat as well. But when we talk about collaborating with Utah or Idaho or really any state in the country, that price point, right? That's the big piece. If we show, hey, we've done this work with BWXT, these reactors can work in these applications, you know, could they work somewhere in Utah? Could they work somewhere in Alaska? Wherever it may be, just helps bring that price point down to be able to get these out more and more. And I talked about it earlier, and I told the governor this, you know, a lot of legislators and politicians often see an announcement in Utah or an announcement in Texas or whatever, and they call me up and, Rob, what the heck's going on? Like, Wyoming's losing our edge. And I'm like, hold up here. This isn't a bad thing, right, if more people are doing this, because again, we're manufacturing parts of these components in Wyoming. So if they're, you know, anywhere else in the country or the world, that's fine. We're building pieces in Wyoming, and that's economic development there too. So I know Mike's on the next panel. It's a great shop up in Gillette, Wyoming that's done this for decades, from coal to oil and gas to now looking at nuclear. So really is just a, you know, all hands on deck forward approach, and I think getting more states involved just helps advance that.
Yeah, and just a note on what we at NEI are trying to do to contribute to that, you know, in addition to helping with the state discussions, you know, at the federal level, we're seeing things like Senator Risch's proposal for the ARC Act, which would provide a federal backstop to, you know, help mitigate any cost overruns for the first few of a kind of new constructions to help ensure that ratepayers aren't, you know, carrying that full burden, and that's not something you think you're going to need forever, but we know that it's going to take a little while to get to that steady program of new build that we know we're going to need to see in the U.S. like other countries have seen, and I'm hoping with the leadership that we're seeing in your 4 states and beyond that we can get to that steady program of new build of multiple advanced reactor designs, reclaim our leadership position in the global nuclear industry, and enjoy the benefits thereof. So with that, please join me in thanking our panelists for an excellent discussion.
Pieces on the floor.
Good job.
Thank you so much for such a fantastic panel. I think one of the themes of Frontiers has been really this notion of leadership from the states and that demand pull. And in addition, we have also, of course, seen an incredible demand pull from the private sector, and I think now from end users that are non-traditional in the nuclear energy space. And I think this is really one of the most exciting new developments that we've seen in the industry. So this next panel is on industrial applications and new business models for nuclear energy technologies. And I'm delighted to welcome the next panel to come up to the stage. Mike, you can lead the way. And I will ask the moderator to introduce his panelists, but I'll introduce the moderator, who is Dr. Richard Boardman, Directorate Fellow and U.S. Department of Energy Integrated Systems Program Director at Idaho National Laboratory. Richard, over to you.
Thank you very much, Jennifer. Thank you, Jennifer. It is a great pleasure to be here. I hope we can do as well as the prior panels of this. This has just been energizing and instructional to all of us. And you know, really to make this happen, we have to come together. And this panel here is part of the puzzle of coming together. It's the industrial pull, and it's the people that do the projects. And so with that, I'd like to introduce the panel members here. We have Randall Atuso, Director of Business Development with Cajun Industries, Desiree Lemoyne with the Campaign Manager for Industrial Maker, and Industry Makes, thank you. And Amy Oden here is the BASF Site Development and Technology Leader. And then rounding this out is Mike Wandler, President of L&H Mechanical, and also leading up a group called Evercore, a startup, and also is overseeing a Wyoming Innovative Entrepreneurs group. So all of you provide an important perspective here from the industry, the industrial pull, and how to make this happen, because things don't happen unless we have projects, unless we have people who can do projects, we have workforce. And so is with that, I'd like to say, in my view, that the assumptions that have to be true for all this to work is, we know we have to bring down technology costs to make it reasonably and to make it competitive. We know that there needs to be demand for that energy by our industrial partners. They're the ones who are going to drive this. They're the ones who are going to pull this. And then third, the path, the licensing and permitting needs to be certain. We've heard a lot of that speech this morning in some of the earlier panels. And finally, private-public partnerships are necessary to be first movers and to get broader adoption of the technologies. So I say that a lot of our work is reducing the risks of these, of the costs and the technology risks. That can be done by the testing of the components and heat exchangers and the valves, everything that goes along with that. We were reducing the economic risk by assuring that the technology can be built, and there's a supply chain for that that comes forward. And then, of course, the safety risks come down by proving the technology is robust and that we won't, in this case, have contamination that can get into our products. And finally, there's this regulatory risk. So all this kind of feeds back to the technology and making sure the technology is ready to go. But as a part of this, then, we have to understand this coming together from a workforce, from people who have the demand. And so I'd like to turn the time over to you to begin this now. We'll go from along the line here. Randy, if you would talk to us now about how Cajun Industries is seen as being able to be, if you will, that piece of that architecture engineering or that EPC company that makes these projects work.
Absolutely, and I'm going to talk a little bit about communication too. Like with these large projects that's coming into our area, we can help, just like the performance, Turners, all involved, help reduce that initial cost because they're coming in with these high budgets, right? Well, we can get in early constructability and help drop those budgets because all these folks are from someplace else. They don't understand the Louisiana mud, okay? And driving piles in this area, they could overcompensate for if they've driven piles in China or in Europe. Well, in Louisiana, it's a little different. So we can reduce that cost by getting early constructability with them just on the pile design. So that's one initial. The biggest thing I find here is communication in Louisiana. Before I go, though, I need to recognize, if you don't mind, I need to recognize some people who's really put some energy in here. Mr. Eric Scametta, Paul, and Steve. I don't think the people here realize how much energy you have put into these meetings to get us to this point. And I do thank you for that, all right? So, you know, that being said, I did a little survey. So we had 20 people, professionals, sitting at a table. So I asked them the question, and it's all going to lead into yours. How many of you heard of Fukushima? 16 out of 20 heard it. How many heard of 3 Mile Island? 12 out of 20 heard it. How many of you heard about SMRs? 2 people. So it's we need to drop back by for I call it education, communicate, and portal, and we'll get into that. So that supply chain, what Richard just mentioned, has already started. And it's already started this morning by Josh. Well, last night was at a dinner, and you mentioned about the graphite. You found a contractor in Wyoming as a gun builder, right? And they was able to supply the graphite requirements. So we're drinking coffee this morning. Eric Como's sitting right here. They supply graphite, right? Josh, come here. Eric, come here. I said, so that teamwork right there, that communication, you all got together this morning and talked about the supply chain of Louisiana. That's how it starts, right, Josh? Also, Andy Ferris was right here of early permitting introduced. Wow. Josh, here's a guy who could help you with early permitting. There's a guy in the back named Josh Domain, right back. He can help also. There's a gentleman in the back, Lane Word with electrical. These are the people that don't understand, like most of us, where we're heading to this. So I'm going to ask this question. If you had, I'm going to pick a person. Where's she at? Heather. There you are. So I'm going to ask you, if you walk to your company right now, could you really bring that message about SMRs to your company? You said, it's coming to Louisiana. Are you ready? Do you know enough about to talk about it?
No, I do not.
Perfect. That's where we need to head to communicate. That's part of the education, communication, and portalize. You know, I'm going to tell you a little story. I'm going to segue a little story here. How important communication is. And it's going to be so important. I want you all to listen. And I'm going to segue off to a disease, a very serious disease. Okay, it was a cancer. Okay, I'm very personal meaning on this. When this person, which was my wife, was diagnosed with this disease, it was a 1 to 3 year survival. Well, guess what? I don't know if it was a godsend or what. Another lady was diagnosed a little bit earlier than that, but she was a COO of a Fortune 500 company. And she discovered that they had all these little fiefdoms out there in the United States, the labs. No difference what Dustin said this morning, sitting in the same building and people not communicating in the same building, right? So she said, time out. We need to bring all this information into a single portal of communication on the treatment, testing of this cancer, besides everybody trying to get their own separate grants. So, same information. It's no different what we're doing now, right? When she brought that into the single portal, that cancer has turned from a 1 to 3 year survival to endless survival, saving thousands of people right now by one person. We can create that same person by one person, but creating that same portal here, okay? And by the way, she was diagnosed in 2008. That's how it's saved, by one person. So I reached out to Jennifer, and I said, Jennifer, if I'm going to speak, I'd like to bring somebody else in here and help bring that message out to the people of Louisiana. And so I reached out to Desiree, and we could kind of use the same floor plan as we use on carbon capture. We had to educate people on carbon capture. So I invited her. Thank you for including. And if you don't mind.
Please, Desiree, take it from there. Tell us
Segue.
more about this importance of the education and this, what industry makes, how you provide a role in the state of helping the stakeholders and the public come together and understanding the value proposition for nuclear.
I'm happy to. Thank you, Richard, and thank you, Randy. I feel privileged to be here among all these very smart people. So I'm sitting here representing Industry Makes. Industry Makes, their mission is to be a trusted resource for industry information
while boldly advocating for future investment in Louisiana. That's what we do, and we represent the workforce that Stephen indicated was so important and the number one thing that Louisiana can bring to the table. So that's who we represent. And how do we represent them? We represent them at the local level. So all of the things that we have talked about today, that these very smart people have spoken about today, are all kind of 30,000-foot level. So, but when it comes down to messaging, when it comes down to support, community support, that's where we come in. Because all of this is going to bottleneck when you have to go to Podunk, Louisiana, to do an open house. And they're going to walk in there and they're going to think about 3 Mile Island. They're going to think about all of the negativity because that's just human nature. And that's where we bring our workforce in, we bring our experts in. We're proud to partner with the LSU Center for Energy Studies. We're proud to partner with area chambers of commerce. We're proud to partner with statewide associations that represent manufacturing. And we bring those experts to the table, and we fill that room. So there's just as many proponents and experts as there are opponents. And you're gonna get opponents. It doesn't matter what you're doing, because they're paid to show up and throw a wrench into your project. It's what they do. It's how they make their living. So we have to be prepared for that, and that's what we try to fill that space, working with other partners so that we can help alleviate and push back on a lot of the negativity that comes. I see people from Idaho and Wyoming, and it upsets me a little bit because there's kind of a different level of understanding that people may or may not have here in Louisiana. And I think that people from Louisiana, such as Randy, myself, and Amy, and all of the partners and ambassadors that I see here are fit to deal with. So we are happy to be a part of this very exciting project.
Thank you. And Desiree, this is one of the reasons why I'm personally very excited about the relationship between Louisiana State University, Idaho National Lab, and it's really industry that's been bringing us together to create that relationship because of what you're speaking to. What they see as an element that's needed is a place where people can go and learn and understand this technology, which there are certain founded fears from accidents which have happened. And so the wisdom of the industries we've been working with have said we need a place to test, to bring down that technology risk for ourselves before we make billions and billions of dollars in investment. We need to be sure that the technology will function as it is put on paper. And then two, let the public see that, bring them to the university. And so as part of this memorandum and what the university is going to provide for us is a place where people can see it, observe it, and feel a part of it so that it's transparent now. And when we can make it transparent, and then with the help of Industry Makes, and getting that word across to the people, then I think we'll bring down some of those potential barriers or risks that I put in that area.
And there is a method to that, Richard, and that is knowledge. Knowledge leads to understanding. Understanding leads to trust. Trust leads to goodwill. So when you have goodwill in a community, you have money in the bank, and you have that edge that you need to go in so that people understand what you're doing. And the final question that every community wants to know, what is it going to do for me? And that's the messaging that we have to be armed with in the beginning so that they know what an SMR is. They understand nuclear technology to the best of the ability that they can. I mean, we're not talking about how you crack an atom. We're talking about general overviews. And then they trust what you're going to do. If you communicate with them honestly, they give you trust. And it's at that point that you can have faith in your investment in that community.
Thank you. So I want to go to Amy here. Amy, thanks for being with us. And it was exciting to meet you last night and to talk about dinner. Amy and I learned that we have a common connection through a person named Rick Wood, and they led a team at the Idaho National Lab when the next generation nuclear plant project and alliance came together, and we studied every way possible to integrate nuclear with our process industries, with the ammonia and with the refining and with anything we could do with the nuclear energy. Well, it turns out, well, Amy and Rick worked together with Eastman Chemical before Rick went to Idaho and became our engineer extraordinaire. And so that gave me a good basis to understand where you're coming from as well, Amy. And tell us a little bit about now from BASF's industry's interest in the nuclear energy. How do you provide that pull that we really need? Is it there? Is it real? And give us some perspective from the industry, would you?
I think with BASF, we have climate goals just like every other.
Mic's not working.
I'm sorry. Of course, it's always me. Yeah, I think.
Nope, not working either.
I can talk really loud because I got a bunch of kids, so.
They need you on the TV though.
Is it on? No?
We're gonna try this one.
It's always. Okay, yeah, now I can hear myself, so I know you can hear me. Yeah, so I think from an industry perspective, especially in our area, which is so heavily industrialized, and most of our emissions, unlike some other states, come from our industry in the state, getting a source of power that is green or pink or whatever you want to call nuclear is so important to everyone meeting their climate goals. So at BASF, we do have goals for 2030 and 2050, and it's a challenge on how we are going to do that. We've already reduced our emissions quite a bit. We've reduced them by 25% from our target in 2018, but we've also have a lot loftier goals to be net zero by 2050. And industry requires a lot of power. So a lot of the power in our area goes to support the industries in our area, which in turn support the communities through jobs and all the people that work and live in the community. So I think one thing that I like about Louisiana for nuclear is that we already have it. So we're not a state that isn't familiar with nuclear, although you might ask the average person in the community if we have nuclear in the state, and they might tell you no if they don't live near a nuclear facility. So I think we already have a history with it. We know what it takes to be successful. And like Desiree said, I think the communication piece is going to be huge in this journey. Every time you have an industry in our area that goes for a permit, you have a lot of people show up at the hearing that don't have a vested interest and maybe don't even live in Louisiana or live in the community, that just are there to oppose anything. And carbon capture and sequestration is another area where people have had a lot of opposition to it. And again, it's about understanding. So what we can do, what Desiree's group does to educate people on the safety aspects, especially of all of these emerging technologies, cannot be overstated. We have to engage with the community. We have to make them understand. My husband is an elementary PE teacher, and I've explained SMRs to him. And I think he kind of understands it, but at least he knows to look in the paper, and if there's something on carbon capture or new energy in the area, he brings it to me and says, here's your stuff. So I really appreciate what we're all doing together to educate the community, because it's going to make a better place for us to live. I'm part of the governance board for the fuel grant that all of the community really came together, all the universities in the state combined with industry, and allowed us to receive a $160 million grant. We know the cost of nuclear. We're not going to build a nuclear reactor with $160 million, so that's the other challenge, and who pays for this. But I think all of those programs show that the state is really coming together, all of the universities, all of the industry, to say this is our future and what can we do to facilitate this coming to Louisiana.
Thank you, Amy. Now I want to say a little bit more before we come down the line to Mike here. So yeah, now 35 years of having this interest myself and seeing how we integrate it, I've come to a realization that it's not much different from what we do at a refinery that we're going to do for a plastics plant. You all have basic energy needs: power, heat, maybe steam, and in some cases hydrogen, which is used both for chemically or it can be used for a fuel substitute. So there's some common ground here. And I want to, so this is going to set a little bit more about the dialogue we'll have here in a little bit later here, Randy. But how important, from your view, Amy, is it to set up something that is systems or systems that are common so that we can create a common basis for building this, so that everything isn't so unique that the costs are always high? How do we put something together that somebody like Mike can supply, and we'll come to Mike in a bit. Just comment, if you will, about the importance of maybe one size fits most or some standard systems. Is that relevant here?
Oh, it's definitely relative, because if you can maybe not consolidate on one design, but consolidate on just 2 or 3 even, where you have some synergy between that. I call it the Ford of nuclear, because you know, if you make one, that's expensive, but if you're on number 10 or number 60, hopefully the cost of that has come down because all of the technology is there. We know how to manufacture. So there's got to be some synergy there. And in addition, with our industry, heat is always something that we need, and we also use hydrogen as a raw material. So having those synergies and building the plants in locations where you can take advantage of the steam and the hydrogen is another huge thing that we need to consider. I'm always saying, let's get a data center, you know, right by us, and get, you know, they can take the power, and then we'll take the steam and maybe some of the hydrogen, and so all of those are things that we are really key to the decision for location, for technology, and just for reducing costs. Because I think, you know, if we all had a blank check, maybe we would be building one at our facility. But right now, capital is pretty tight for everybody, and so coming up with some creative solutions to make it work is key. Thank you.
And so from this point of view, from my point of view, there'll be a lot of advanced reactors that'll come forward. And as Shannon said, they make heat, some make higher quality heat. But if we have the heat delivery systems and all of those components which can put it into combined heat and power and hydrogen, that ought to be pretty common across all the industry. So it's a matter of just putting these together. But now, Mike, we come to you. As part of all of this, in bringing down the costs and going from the first movers to wide adoption and managing the costs, we've got to have a vision of how we create this supply chain. And we've talked about Louisiana and Wyoming and other states having, you know, an interest in building up the manufacturing. Well, I appreciate you've been a thought leader. You and I've met. I've been at a couple of your manufacturing facilities in Wyoming and Phoenix, and you know, so I'm really intrigued by this innovative entrepreneur. So as a leader in this area, how do you see the manufacturing world coming together to supply a high volume of whether it be heat exchangers or storage devices or even the reactors proper that are going to have, you know, NQA1 standards and that? How do we create something to bring those costs down in a way that will make this go forward?
Yeah, for me, that's the easy part. I've been manufacturing since I was 14 years old. We have 500 people worldwide manufacturing. We have 250 in the U.S. Most of them are in Wyoming. You mentioned Arizona. I winter in Arizona, and I have a shop in Arizona. So we manufacture parts for the biggest machines on Earth constantly, and we love doing it. So manufacturing is my first launch into this, right? I've created the other company you mentioned, Evercore Energy, because I decided that the rest of my life, you know, my calling, my purpose is to innovate energy. It's a kind of a sideline. Manufacturing is what me and my team do. So when you're looking at this, and I've been working on the SMRs and now the microreactors and trying to enter the supply chain. During that, the governor of Wyoming, the new governor, asked me to come and help economic development and diversification. And I did that for 8 years with the last governor. And I was on the Wyoming Business Council. And that's just torture for an entrepreneur to be on in the government. You know, every time you try to innovate something, somebody pulls a rule out and says you can't do that, right? It's just, so I said, yes, I'll do that, but I'm going to do it my way, and I'm going to pay for it. So I basically gathered up the best entrepreneurs in Wyoming that I could find that still wanted to be innovative. So these are people that are long in the tooth, and they've been very successful. And but they still want to innovate, which means they want to grow and diversify. And we started looking at nuclear with TerraPower, actually, because they were the first game in town. And then with BWXT, and now with Radiant. And frankly, I would like Wyoming to be the hub for manufacturing parts for these. And it's still too early. So it's not good to be too early when you're in a market. Too early meaning, and somebody talked about BWXT getting some carbon and stuff. You don't want to have your entrepreneurs in Louisiana engage this and think that there's going to be money coming right away. It's going to be a few years, right? We're going to do some prototype R&D things with multiple companies, and frankly, there's room for everybody. So if Louisiana wants to jump in, I'll be happy to share with what we're doing. Bringing the Wyoming innovative entrepreneurs together, there's 50 of them on there right now. I think there's probably 100 in Wyoming total when we have everybody assembled. And these are the people that you can trust that really get things done, and they've proven it. Having them look at nuclear supply chain and be a vendor to BWXT, to Radiant, to whoever the winners are. Like we said, there's going to be hopefully 3 winning companies that are building these cookie cutter. I'm most interested in microreactors just because in Evercore Energy, I want to lease microreactors to my customers, which are mostly mining and heavy industry globally. And leasing a microreactor that I can move around if that mine fails is very interesting. SMRs, I think, have a more universal application, especially when you're talking about others. But it really shouldn't matter. If you're going to enter the nuclear supply chain, what we're looking at right now is where are the orders coming from? People are already buying parts for nuclear reactors. They're just big nuclear reactors. So entering the supply chain with your manufacturers, and they can do this. I've got plenty of capacity and manufacturing in my own company and all of these other entrepreneurs that I've activated to handle really anything. I mean, reactors aren't that difficult. If you can manufacture other things, you can do this. Now the quality is important, but the real way to do it, there's going to be prototype work in SMRs and in microreactors. So that fits my shop really, really well. Short run custom. But as soon as you get out of prototype work, which will be pretty fast, then you're going to go automation, and you're going to be building hopefully 50 microreactors a year so that we can get the price down so that the consumers can afford this energy. And it's not going to be that difficult, but be careful. Be careful with how you set your entrepreneurs up, because they need to enter not too early. I can afford to do it too early, and I have Marcio Pizbretto working on it, and I can show up to things like this because I'm running a $120 million company that I'm using to fund that $500,000 or $1 million a year burn rate. Most people that build things, most entrepreneurs, you'll break them. So, but as far as standing up the supply chain, that's not the problem. The problem is the bureaucracy. We need to remove the bureaucracy so amazing companies like BWXT or Radiant can build, and so that 3 of them can compete with each other and get the price down, and then take this to market. And at the end of that, it is my purpose in life is to innovate energy. I don't really care if it's microreactors, but I think microreactors and SMRs are the most innovative energy, and I think it's a matter of national security. So it doesn't matter if it happens in Wyoming. I love Wyoming. I was born and raised there, so if it can happen in Wyoming, great. It's really important that it happens in the USA for a matter of national security, or one of our allies.
Mike, the part that impressed me when I was at your shop here just about a month ago, when we had that conversation with you and Marcio, who works for you, was the fact that you impressed me that you would understand how we can test prototypes at labs, at universities, and BWXT at their innovation center, wherever it may be. We have to scale that up, but we also need to bring that cost down, be able to ensure that the quality is in that metal, the quality is in that bonding, or in that additive, or that milling, whatever it is. And so as we talked through that, you saw that it would be an opportunity for L&H Industrial, or whichever company you create there, to show that that can be done and what that procedure might be and how you might automate that, how you might make that more efficient or less expensive to do, and to set up those shops so that this could be duplicated everywhere and there would be certainty in the quality so that we wouldn't have to inspect every last piece to every single centimeter square to that unit, to convince the public, to convince the industry that buys it that it is there and it's going to perform as it needs to be. So I really appreciated that vision that you shared with me. And you want to speak a little bit more about that, how you see establishing and demonstrating the quality that then can be spread will be realized?
Yeah, so I'm trying, well, I am going to, as Evercore Energy, we are going to be agnostic to what reactor, who's the winning reactor company. We're not designing or building the reactor, right? We will be a vendor and L&H Industrial to build parts for hopefully all of the reactor vendors, right? And then we will be a customer, Evercore will be a customer to those same companies to buy that reactor and then, so provide the energy to our mining and heavy industry customers. Building the parts is really not a barrier, and scaling it is not a barrier, especially now with automation. It gets easier every year to manufacture things. Now, there's not many of us doing it because it's incredibly capital intensive. But as far as the quality and the speed, we can ramp up. I know plenty of other people that can ramp up, and there needs to be demand. Just the same reason that these companies are hesitating to really put the money towards it, because we have to prove demand. So that's the other thing that we're doing in Evercore, is we're going out and finding customers to prove demand. But I believe that the demand is going to happen first with data centers and chip plants. And then we're going to be right behind that saying, oh, you've proven it. Now it's our turn to grab it and take it to the mines.
So Mike, how can Wyoming, Louisiana, Utah, Alaska, how can the frontier state, what do they need to do to establish certificates or a workforce that can build those unit operations?
Yeah,
do you think there's a need there, and how can we work with the universities, or what does it need to be done, or community colleges to create that certified workforce?
Yeah, you're not going to like my answer. Nobody does, but it's the people. And there's some really cool people in this room that make things happen and get things done. You have to have a leader that's actually going to do this. Like, my life's purpose is in this now. So, whether I'm good at it or not, I'm going to show up every day and do it, right? The best person's not going to win. The person that is there and doing it no matter what, and that's what they get up and spend their time on, is going to win. And it needs to be an entrepreneur. This is this is new. This is going to change the world of energy. And it's not for somebody that wants to stabilize and just keep things the way they are. This is going to be an entrepreneurial event, an activity. And it's going to need the taxpayer, the government's support. The taxpayers are going to have to prime the pump. But this will be different than the prime the pump on wind and solar. This should prime the pump for 5 years, and then no more pump priming. It's going by itself, as long as we can scale it, right? And in order to scale it, nuclear is already the cleanest, safest energy, period, and has been the entire time, even with the few incidents we talk about. Once you show that, or once you bring Steve and his team in to show that to your community, they're like, yes. I mean, it took Steve half a day with his friends, and all of the people that we brought in that were naysaying were just like, oh, I get it. I trust you. Go ahead. So it's going to be scale it, which means 50 a year. That's what I hear. When you're building 50 a year, and somebody like BWXT or Radiant can count on that 50 a year, every year, they're going to be competitive. And they don't even have to be cheaper than coal, oil, and gas. They just need to be close, 20, 30% more. And that takes volume. So that's, and also if you remove bureaucracy or minimize bureaucracy, I hear, I don't know this, you know this better than I do, but I hear 90% of the cost of nuclear is bureaucracy that's unnecessary. Even if you could say that's 50, if you could reduce these manufacturers' costs in half, all of a sudden, and the other thing to remember, and I'm very passionate about this, is the middle class consumer pays for all of this. Government doesn't pay for anything, businesses don't pay for anything. the middle class consumer pays for all of this. So whether you're talking about carbon capture or nuclear, cost does matter because our middle class, I mean, I think they're gonna get a reprieve right now, but they can't afford energy to double and triple.
But thank you, Mike, for being part of that, bringing that, I call it the freight on board, FOB costs for engineers that do technical and economic analysis. And so the supply chain and being able to manufacture them, and I think those costs are going to come down and they're going to be acceptable. They're going to be where we need those targets to be because of sharp entrepreneurs like Mike here in his manufacturing industry. But you know, Amy, and I'm going to turn to you, Randy, too. You know, as I look at the costs and the cost projections for these reactors, how much it's going to cost to build it, we try to set waterfall charts to bring down those costs. The areas that really seem to matter the most, even beyond the freight on board costs, is in the project costs and the uncertainty of whether it's the permitting or the siting or the engineering. So could I have each of you speak just in turn a little bit about how you feel like industry can help manage the project costs because of experience of doing large projects? And for you, Randy, how you feel like we can actually bring down these costs of these construction periods and that seem to, right now, it's actually about 40 to 50% of the cost is just in the construction that we see. How do we reduce this?
Absolutely. And I can't name the project, but there's a similar projects have been named in Louisiana. When they came to us, they needed help on budgeting. It says to get their FID. So when they came to us, they over-designed from their past project that would be appropriate for Louisiana, okay? So we jumped in and helped, and I'm gonna take just one little scope out of here, this pile design. So when where's it, BTMX that come here, people not familiar with our soils, and it's happened many a times. So we could help reduce those costs by looking at what they proposed and what could be appropriate for Louisiana, could save money, right? Heather, you're a supplier. You could go out early to the mill and get material supplied early, right? Right? Lane, you're sitting at the back with Triad Electrical. You jump in all the time and help with those early constructability. Bring that contractor in early. It's Louisiana, bring them in early to help with that constructability cost where they may be over-designing or we could save them money. Right, Lane? Absolutely. So that's where we can. Early contractor being in early and sit in the office with the engineer, sit in the office with the owner, sit in there, not advocating, but suggesting.
Great. Amy, how do you work with these EPC companies and that when you're a BASF?
Well, with us, we have a lot of in-house expertise, but when it comes to doing the actual construction, we almost always contract that out, depending on the size of the project. So but we do have a lot of expertise in structuring a project to save costs, and we know what it takes, like Randy said, to build in Louisiana. So some of the modular construction methods, and we have the river right here, which makes it pretty, I wouldn't say easy, but easier to transport some of these things, whether they're built in Louisiana or elsewhere, and use some of that know-how that we have for constructing projects in the state to apply to these projects. Because while the technology might be different, the fundamentals are the same. And the workforce is here to help execute some of those fundamentals.
Do you also believe that having 2, 3, 4, or 10 projects or working together as an alliance could also have some value, so we have some progressive learning and lessons learned?
Absolutely, and in this area, it really lends itself to that, because if you look down the river, it's chemical plant after chemical plant. And while everybody has sort of the same goals in mind, everybody's at a different point sometimes in their expertise. But getting a kind of a consortium of companies together to help not only fund the project, but to sponsor it and provide land for it and provide the know-how that is needed and the workforce to put all of this together is a real plus for this area.
Is there value in having, again, an alliance like the NGMP Alliance to where the industries can say, we may be competitors in making polyethylene, but if we can actually have this energy sourced together, we'll be competitive worldwide?
Yes, and Commissioner Scarmetta has done a great job of pulling people together to talk about this, and you know, all the chemical companies think that everything they're doing is top secret. Well, I've worked for 3 different ones, and they're all kind of doing the same thing. So everybody has the same secrets. So if you can get people together to talk about their energy needs and how this can really meet those needs, whether it's an alliance or a consortium or whatever you want to call it, that is just going to further this energy source for all of us.
Thank you. Randy, do we need to do more work here in building that, that workforce that's going to build these plants? What's needed in that area?
So we have the workforce here, right? And we will bring people in. We had 1,000 people at one project. We brought them all the way in from New York, come to Louisiana. I wish I had a RV resort someplace to house all these people. But let me tell you right now, the people in Louisiana, the workforce are still intimidated by nuclear energy, by that communication, okay? And I'm gonna tell you how they're intimidated, okay? And it goes back to the education. I had 5 or 6 other people that I'd like to join this meeting today. And they said, I'm not coming. They're gonna be talking about things way over my head, but I saw you on the panel, so I'm coming. I go, I don't know how to take that or not, but, but that's true. People are intimidated here because they don't know, and we need to educate. But we have some of the finest craftsmen, I think, in the nation in Louisiana, and we're going to bring them in more from out of state, Texas. We got to get ahead of Texas, right?
That's right.
We got to get ahead of Texas, so we bring those workers into Louisiana.
Now, just to wrap this up, Desiree, I want you to finish it up for us here. So let's bring this all back. I talked in the beginning about we're going to reduce the technology risk. We're going to work on that together as labs and industry, BWXT and TerraPower, who they are. We're going to reduce that risk so the technology won't be, any technical risk. And we'll work on the economical risk here by good project management that the industry can bring forward, that the EPC firms can bring forward, and suppliers can bring forward. Okay, the final piece is now, how do we get this word out? And how do we educate everybody that this is good for all of us? And where does Industry Makes help here?
I thought you'd never ask me that, Richard. So Industry Makes already has their database. We have members that we don't call them members. I back up. There are ambassadors. And I believe what industry, as well as the nuclear manufacturing needs, is ambassadors. So I'm happy to see some of our ambassadors here. I see Orbia here. I see BASF, our partners, Gabria, LCA. We're all here together, and we have that already. You do not have to reinvent the wheel. We have Triad is also, if you see anyone with an Industry Makes pin on, they're one of our members. So we're already positioned to streamline that supply chain. And if you're not a member, we can talk after this. No, I'm just kidding. We can. But it's already there. We don't have to reinvent the wheel. That's the advantage that Industry Makes can bring. There's not a partner that we don't appreciate. There's not an industrial contract, and we're hungry. We're hungry for those things. And I think the most important thing, Richard, is that industry has to be your partner in this. Because Louisiana's been an industrial state since they discovered oil in Jennings, Louisiana in 1901, 1904. And there are so many jobs that are connected to industry. So when you start talking about the public relations of anything that is sustainable, uncarbonated, or whatever your lingo is, they're kind of threatened by that because their job is connected to oil and gas and chemistry. So you have to have industry. You have to have an industry partner to kind of tap down that intimidation, and we're glad to be a part of it.
Thank you. Let's give our panels here a round of applause for coming. Thank you.
Well, thank you all. This was a really fabulous morning, such fantastic conversations. And now I would like to invite everyone to join us for lunch just outside the back doors. And please come back at 1 o'clock and our programming will resume. Thank you. the afternoon portion of our programming. We're at the Frontiers Project Meeting, and we are live in Baton Rouge, Louisiana, and live streaming to our global audience. My name is Jennifer Gordon, and I'm the director of the Atlantic Council's Nuclear Energy Policy Initiative. And for this panel discussion, we'll be talking about the risks and opportunities of a new global competitive landscape. And I'm so delighted to introduce our panel speakers. George David Banks is a non-resident senior fellow at the Atlantic Council Global Energy Center. Philip May is President and Chief Executive Officer of Entergy Louisiana, LLC. And Chris Young is Chief Strategy Officer of Element USA. So, Dave, let's start with you. You and I have, for years now, been talking about the merging of the climate and trade agenda and what that means for the future of nuclear energy and demand for nuclear energy. In terms of putting electrons on the grid, and especially in terms of advanced manufacturing and moving U.S. heavy industry up the value chain. How are you thinking about these issues now, especially in the context of a changing political landscape?
What changing political landscape? I don't know what you're talking about. Yeah, look, I mean, obviously the Trump administration is not incredibly excited about the climate change agenda. But having said that, I think that when you're looking at trade policy in general, I mean, obviously, one of the top priorities for the administration, for the president, is to reshore supply chains, help rebuild the defense industrial base, and really targeting what they consider to be strategic industry. So now how do you do that? Well, we're in the middle of a huge reset, to say the least, right? And everything is on the table, including a review of all the agreements, international agreements, bilateral, plurilateral, you got it. But then also how you practice international trade law, specifically how do you interpret existing authorities related to trade for the United States. And so I think this is the hook here, right? Because there's clearly a lot of interest in addressing unfair trade practices. And I don't know if people saw some of the nominee hearings with Howard Lutnick and Scott Bessent and Jameson Greer. I don't want to read too much into those, but there certainly was a lot of expression of support for the concept of a foreign pollution fee, with carbon intensity as being the core metric. So we'll see how that goes. I think that when the administration is looking at unfair trade practices, it's going to be more than just, say, environment, right? They'll look at intellectual property theft, they'll look at labor. But on the environmental side, I think there's going to be support. I think the president would support using U.S. environmental performance. As a lot of people know, we're one of the cleanest economies in the world, much, much, much cleaner from a carbon efficiency point of view than, say, China. I want to say, like, China's about 4 times more carbon intensive in general than the U.S. economy. So I can't imagine the president just kind of taking that off the table. I think it's going to take some time to get there. It's going to be a journey, if you want to call it that, when it comes to sort of figuring out what a comprehensive trade manufacturing policy looks like, how to modernize trade statute, because that's really kind of what we're talking about, is modernizing trade statute and modernizing just how we do things related to trade. So that's a long way of kind of answering that question, but it's complicated. But I would say that I think that, yeah, it has legs. We'll see what that means for the international effort in pricing carbon at the border. As a lot of people know, the EU is attempting to push forward with it, in the UK and a few other countries. Again, we don't have the best sort of relationships with those folks now when it comes to trade policy. But I think that we'll see what happens with all that at the end of the day.
Do you think that will point to an increased demand for nuclear energy and off-grid applications for nuclear?
Yes. I mean, I think a few things. Well, you have the domestic piece, but then you also have the international, right? If there is a meeting of the minds when it comes to addressing foreign pollution, just in general, I think that will clearly increase demand for clean energy, including particularly for nuclear. I think on the domestic side, at least with this administration, we know that the administration is very supportive of nuclear energy. We know that the administration wants to reshore energy-intensive manufacturing. We know that we're going to have a huge growth in the energy demand, over the coming years, and that's going to have to come from somewhere. So I see the energy demand piece, nuclear, and energy-intensive manufacturing. I see those agendas kind of coming together, which will increase demand here in the U.S.
Dave, thank you so much. I want to talk a little bit more about nuclear and just energy on the grid. Philip, tell us a little bit about Entergy's work and the role that nuclear energy right now is playing in Louisiana's energy mix.
Sure. And first of all, I really appreciate the opportunity to be here. I see a lot of friends and partners in the audience, and it really speaks to the opportunity we have with nuclear. More and more enthusiasm around that, realizing some of the goals and objectives we have over the longer term likely are not going to be achieved without having a reemergence of nuclear. So it's a very important part of what we're trying to do. So for nuclear, Entergy Louisiana has about 60 terawatt hours of sales, which is roughly 10,000 or so megawatts of demand. We have 2 nuclear plants that supplies about 25 to 30% of the energy we consume in any particular year. It's one of the reasons that we have a clean energy portfolio. And if you look at Louisiana, I think we've said this before, but I think it bears repeating, and that is most states you have utilities, transportation, and industrial that is the source of CO2 emissions, for instance. In Louisiana, it's industrial, it's transportation, it's utilities. And part of the reason is we have a major industrial complex that's here in the state of Louisiana, but it's also because our utilities are fairly clean. But as was mentioned before, we have the ability to provide clean energy so they can manage their Scope 2 emissions and so forth. We are ramping up things like renewable and using other things to get towards zero carbon energy. We have customers whose customers are demanding clean products. So certainly policy has a big part of this, because policy can either enable or create more burdens to how you go out and effectuate those demands from our consumers. But I think that's the main thing, is that what we're doing as a utility, obviously we're going to comply with any federal laws or so forth that are necessary, but this is really being driven, our need for clean energy is really being driven by the need of our customers. You have, and it runs the gamut, right? So you could run from consumer products, if you have detergents and so forth. Those are the things that I think consumers are willing to pay a premium more for. And in some of these products, you can turn the temperature down in your laundry, so you can deal with your Scope 3 emissions as well. But I think one of the challenges we're dealing with right now, a lot of uncertainty in policy right now, but you're also seeing a shift in consumer preferences as well. And part of that consumer preferences, we're not talking just in the U.S. Part of that is across Europe as well, dealing with inflation and higher prices. And so it's a question on how quickly and what premiums are there to pay. And so we believe nuclear is going to be absolutely a part of this solution. We're trying to create the environment that is appropriate for having nuclear stay an option on the table, so that we think that's still at least another 5, maybe 10 years out. But working and creating a consortium, working with our customers, making sure we have a base that can build off of that to provide the clean energy so our customers can meet their customers' demand for cleaner products, for lower carbon products, whether it's here with domestic markets or whatever those markets might be around the world.
Can you say a little bit more about who your customers are and then who their customers are? Are we talking about like private homes or more industrial users? Who are they?
So
what sectors?
So we have, of course, we're a traditional utility. We have residential, commercial, and industrial customers. The demand for cleaner products is primarily being driven by our industrial base. And we look at, this has been sort of evolving for some time, but even 10 years ago, our foreign flagged industrial customers had a clear point of view on how they valued clean energy. I mean, if you wanted to move forward with the project, there was a carbon price involved in that. And getting access to clean energy meant that the project would move. It was a prerequisite to projects moving forward. So the customers we're talking about right now are primarily industrial customers. And however you want to start with it. I mean, certainly if you're in a chemical business, that could run the entire range of things, from consumer products, shampoo bottles, the actual Tide Pods, or whatever the right brand would be. I'm not trying to promote Tide here, thank you. Whatever that consumer brand may be, but we're also talking about LNG export, right? And gas is, I saw recently, Germany is now taking a new look at gas. And so if you think about what that means for our LNG export customers, they're going to need to think about the relative density of CO2 of that entire stream, from where it's processed to where it's burned. And so again, an opportunity to have cleaner resources will help them become more competitive in the market space. So when I'm talking about customers, it's the industrial base primarily, but we really have to have those conversations with our customers about what their customers need, because again, policy will certainly dictate certain aspects of that, but this is going to be driven by customers, and that's what this is about.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. Chris, I want to go to you. Tell us a little bit about your work at Element USA, and especially because I know you're based in Nashville, but you work primarily here in Louisiana. So talk to us about Louisiana's role in domestic critical mineral supply.
Sure. So let me tell you a little bit about Element USA. We're a waste to product business for extracting critical minerals and materials out of industrial waste streams. And so it really fits really well with the three pillars that David was talking about in the current administration, but frankly what we do crosses the aisle, so it gets support from both sides. Let me give you a little more specific example relative to Louisiana, because we started our business around developing a process for extracting value out of red mud or bauxite residue. Probably for the people who live in southern Louisiana, they know what red mud is. In the aluminum industry, alumina refineries are extracting aluminum oxide out of bauxite. And for every ton of alumina, you get a ton of this waste. It's red because it's primarily iron. So I talked about critical minerals and materials just to give you a little bit of illustration. It's red primarily because it's iron oxide. So you think about all the value. There's 30 million tons at Gramercy and 15 million tons at Burnside. And Gramercy is the last operating aluminum refinery in the country, serving the aluminum industry. So iron-wise, there's 30 million tons in the ground, and they're generating another million tons a year. So in that 30 million tons, there's 12 million tons of metallic iron. Hyundai announces building, and I'll just use an illustration, 2 million tons per year of steel. They need 400,000 tons of metallic iron to blend with scrap to make flat-rolled steel for cars and consumer durables. So the United States, though it's not the sexiest product in the world, actually imports 3/4 of its iron that serves the steel industry. So even something that's it's a little less strategic than critical minerals, it's still something we import. And by the way, 2/3 of it comes through the lower Mississippi River. So what a great opportunity to extract the iron. On the other end of the spectrum, from a critical mineral standpoint, red mud has gallium. So if there's 1,500 tons of gallium in the red mud. Gallium, most people are like, oh, what's gallium? Well, gallium's used to combine with arsenic to make wafers, which is put into chips, which serves the world that we live with every day. So certainly, as I think about the Hyundai announcement, the Meta announcement, they're using NVIDIA chips, gallium, by the way, 98% of the gallium we import from China. Shocking. Just another illustration of something that, hey, that supply chain and the value of the gallium market's relatively small. Quite about $200 million a year globally, but it serves the chip market, which is massive. So that's the critical minerals and materials that can come out of a waste stream, like in the red mud in Louisiana. And there's 4 billion tons of red mud around the world. Louisiana happens to have probably the richest red mud in the world. So that's about extracting value out of waste streams to feed the re-establishment of the manufacturing sector in the United States.
And is there a role for nuclear energy to play in some of these industrial processes that you're talking about?
Yeah, to expand that vision, so we've been doing a lot of work with steel waste. You can look at and fly ash coal tailing. So the idea of building a industrial hub here in Louisiana, because of the value of that water moving down alongside us, you aggregate wastes, and then you have multiple wastes with lots of value and operations that are extracting the waste. You need energy, and you need steam, and you need heat. So there's a lot of there's some symbiosis with nuclear power to use some sort of micro or SMR type of technology for an industrial park right here on the lower Mississippi River, or the lower Louisiana River.
Thank you so much. Dave, I think you sort of talked around it but didn't actually say the word tariffs in your first answer. But I want to talk a little bit about tariffs because that seems to be the only thing that anyone's talking about right now. How could tariffs impact efforts to build nuclear technologies at home and sell them abroad?
I think that, one of the issues that we have currently with tariff policy is that I often tell people it's pretty antiquated. At least a lot of our statute that's related to tariff policy, right? So 232s, for example, that are focused on national security, which theoretically could be applied to the nuclear industry, it's from the Kennedy administration, right? So but I think the challenge for using tariffs as a method to sort of promote significant domestic investment in industry is that it's too subjective. It's not incredibly transparent on how the decisions are made. The president could wake up tomorrow and say, 100% on this or that, but he could also wake up tomorrow and say, okay, I'm going to get rid of all the tariffs, right? So to answer your question, I think that tariffs related to industries that require lots of investment and lots of sort of long-term certainty to plan, I think it's hard, right? But I do think that just given the administration's objectives related to trade and manufacturing, they're going to go through this process and they're going to see it. By the way, it's the first administration that's done this, right? And sort of trying to figure out how to use trade policy to rebuild U.S. manufacturing. The Biden administration relied a lot on subsidies, right, with the IRA. Not so much with this administration, but they'll go through the process, and I think they'll figure out that there are limits to tariffs, and it'll be a push for trade modernization. So I could see us having trade policy that would be much more effective in sort of helping strengthen the U.S. nuclear sector.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, while the administration is sorting out tariffs or trade policy, I think the other concurrent story is how we're going to meet this just incredibly increasing energy demand. And of course, we talked earlier about heavy demand from heavy industry. We talked about data centers and tech. I think earlier today we mentioned AI. So, Philip, to what extent are you anticipating this increasing energy demand? How are you preparing to meet it?
Build, baby, build. No, so we do have an enormous amount of demand that's showing up on our system. One of the things we're doing, we have a very robust traditional industrial pipeline of development. And we look at that carefully and assess what the probability of some of these things showing up. And then we will oftentimes take some proactive steps to enable that investment. A good example of that is we had an announcement of Hyundai Steel building a roughly $6 billion facility on the West Bank just south of here. And that was really part of an analysis, okay, if we have, and you have a lot of different projects, maybe those projects are only a 30%, but if you have enough 30% projects that are large enough, at least a couple of those things are going to hit, and then therefore you need to build this. So a proactive build on transmission infrastructure, for instance, to enable that growth. In addition to that, so you have steel, which is fairly new to this area. We do have a steel manufacturer, but that's fairly limited. LNG export, chemical processing, and so forth, for the traditional refining space. But we're also seeing things around energy transition. We are seeing sustainable aviation fuel, and a lot of that's being supported by contracts. So you don't have to have, well, you know, what is the policy? No worries about the policy. Somebody has a contract to pay for that. You're looking at clean diesel and those kinds of things. In addition to clean methanol and some other things that are out there. And just to throw one more clean thing in there is we're seeing construction of a 2.5 million square foot manufacturing facility of solar panels in Acadia and the Lafayette area. And so a very robust demand growth that we're seeing. But in addition to that, and this one has kind of come out of the blue, you know, a couple of years ago, we did not have data centers on our list of things that we thought were going to show up. And you know, this announcement of Meta, from the day that we had the first meeting with them, a dinner with those folks, just to explore their interest in this area, to 11 months later announcing the world's largest data center, it's incredibly quick movement on that. And so one of the things that will have to happen is you have to build. And that build needs to make sure that we protect our existing customers. So one of the things we're doing is we're thinking about how we contract with these large data centers. It has to be done in a way that ensures that our customers are not subsidizing that. You know, if you're out, to be clear, we're in a world right now where the incremental cost of production is higher than that embedded cost. So even if you go and connect a new house, that new house costs more than the existing houses, but it's a very small, fairly non-incremental effect on the customer's bill. When you add essentially a company that will add to roughly a third or so to our consumption, and by the way, we're 10th largest in the U.S. for an operating company, so we're not starting with a small denominator, we're starting with a very large denominator, all of which gets to, so how do you meet that growth? And certainly we're going to continue to pursue kind of an all-of-the-above option. But when you think about how do I get from having a discussion with them in January of last year to they'd like to be ramping up next year, that's going to require a different approach. It's going to require likely gas assets because these people have a 24/7 operation that's difficult to serve with solar and batteries. It's difficult to achieve enough acreage, frankly, in a quick period of time for solar. So in the near term, we see a lot of that going to gas. And again, making sure that we're mitigating the effects on other customers so that we're not putting an undue pressure on our customers' bill. Longer term, I think what's interesting is you look at our traditional industrial base, and most of the CO2 that's produced is produced in pursuit of heat and steam. So there is a interest for clean steam and an ability to produce that heat and steam in a sustainable way, and again, driven by their customers. In addition, to add in Meta and our sister company, Mississippi, Entergy Mississippi has AWS. Those two have a professed interest in nuclear. And so the thought there is, as we're thinking through how do we meet this growing demand we have new partners to be able to do this. We have industrial customers who would like to see this done, but we need to de-risk that for them, and we need to have a large balance sheet. Meta's a $1.6 trillion company, depending on whatever the price is today. But for me, with a $18 billion balance sheet, building a large nuclear plant is a very challenging process. So having the ability to have somebody can help us de-risk with the balance sheet and so forth, and the appetite to take on some of that risk, coupled with, for most of our industrial customers, they're in that commodity space. They're looking to have more certainty around that so they can meet their customers' needs as well as their owners' needs. And so I think that combination is the right thing to advance nuclear.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it just goes to show you that as you look out for the next couple decades and you see that increasing demand, I think it's what we do now is what matters the most. And I want to go back actually, Chris, I want to go to you, but kind of pulling on some of the threads that Dave mentioned before in terms of just global competition and how the U.S. can position itself in the global market. To what extent are you looking at global competition for critical minerals? And is that competition primarily coming from China, from elsewhere? Give us kind of a lay of the land.
Yeah, certainly when you look at the critical mineral list that the USGS and the governments announced, and you look at like the materials gallium, germanium, barium, and antimony are the four that the Chinese are restricting exports on, that we're very dependent on for things that most of us, we're not thinking about it because it's pretty far back in the supply chain. But even going beyond that, you've got other rare earths like scandium and I can geek with you a minute. By the way, I'm a poli-sci major, so I won't go too far, but neodymium and praseodymium, which are used for high-performance magnets, and most of those are getting processed in China. So I think in this case, this is one, whether a Democrat or Republican, there's agreement that we need to reshore these things because otherwise we become a victim of economic leverage that the Chinese have across these critical minerals. So this is one where waste streams are such a great resource for these critical minerals. You've got fly ash, whether it's from brown or black coal. You've got rare earths, germanium. You've got gallium sitting in the red mud like we talked about. And you go down the list, there's significant waste. So the remining or the recycling of waste streams really becomes a great resource for reshoring these critical minerals. And obviously you look down the list and say, hey, where are we dependent on the Chinese, on the Russians, from Kazakhstan for critical minerals? And those are the ones we're targeting, and I've got my USA hat on at this point, those are the ones we're targeting, and that's where there's an intersection of waste extraction and where we're vulnerable.
Chris, if you were going to break into the periodic table song, I was waiting for that. I was going to join you.
Next session.
I just heard the ambassador of Australia to the United States call Australia the periodic table, but I feel like Louisiana is kind of its own microcosm of that as well, which I think makes it just such an interesting case study. Dave, over the course of the years with Frontiers, I think the Frontiers tagline is this regional to global narrative. To what extent does nuclear energy-based manufacturing help U.S. products gain greater access to the global market?
Well, so again, if we're thinking about the different scenarios, right? And Philip was talking about the demand for cleaner product. I think that could clearly play a role in increasing demand, of course. But did you have something specific? Let's narrow it in a bit more.
Yeah, so as we're talking about nuclear energy as a way to help produce cleaner and more abundant types of products, do those products gain greater access to the global market? Are those products more appealing and maybe easier to export in some capacity?
Yeah. I think in the markets that are pricing carbon, for sure, we'll have to see the direction of that type of policy. I think that's more likely than not going to be the scenario that we're going to face. I think that the smarter investments in the long term when it comes to advanced manufacturing should take that into consideration, right? So, we all agree, Republicans and Democrats agree on the need to invest more in advanced manufacturing. And I think they agree on the nuclear piece too. But the idea of pairing sort of advanced manufacturing, also meaning advanced kind of / low carbon manufacturing, that's still a work in progress. But again, this is where I really see nuclear playing a role in. But I think it will gain traction with the Republicans once Republicans sort of recognize and internalize the fact that the direction of the global market, right, is going to demand more carbon efficient product.
Right, and I think, maybe there's an argument to be made that, policy aside or politics aside, if you start to price in some of those considerations right now, it's a way of hedging and building in some resilience against whatever the future policies might be.
Well, certainly, right? I think it makes sense. Again, we'll see where Republicans will land and this administration land. And I hate kind of hedging it that way, but everyone knows there's just a lot of uncertainty. related to sort of the role of government in pushing these programs and supporting them. But I do believe that the facts are the facts and the realities are the realities, right? And that at a certain point, you're going to have a meeting of the minds when it comes to this type of policy.
So let's stay on policy for another moment. Philip, what are some of the things that we can do from a policy perspective to advance nuclear?
Yeah, and so look, from a policy perspective, I think nuclear is well positioned. Energy dominance, you need nuclear. Energy independence, you need nuclear. So I think that's working. From a policy perspective, though, I think also you need consistent, reasonable, predictable regulation, whether it's at the local level, the state level, the federal level. You're not going to make these big strategic bets that come with risk if you have high uncertainty and volatility, wherever that may be, local, state, or federal. So first and foremost, we have got to have a consistent set of policies that help us advance that. So that's number one. The other part of that is we talked about, I think, with some of the chemical facilities in the traditional industrial base, coupled with these hyperscalers with big balance sheets and an appetite to do so. I think we can advance nuclear with that. And the other piece that I would say, and this is certainly true for Louisiana, we have, in addition to our industrial complex, we have firms that do turnarounds and do construction and do those kinds of things. We have a complex that is already ready and able to build the components to help construct these things and so forth. Because I think the other critical component of building something like this that's going to take time and effort and support is really what's in it for our communities, right? It can't be because somebody's going to be more competitive to compete for world products. It's got to be the jobs that come to this region from those facilities, from the construction of projects. It's got to be products that come from the U.S. and the state of Louisiana with workers that are from Louisiana that get the benefits of building those things. So as we think about that model that allows us to advance nuclear, it has to be where all of our communities win. I mean, economic development is about lifting this state and our communities and our citizens to have better outcomes, better financial outcomes, better economic outcomes. Nuclear needs to be the same thing.
Can I reinforce this point? Because I absolutely agree with this. And, you know, and going back to the trade policy, right? You have to have a trade policy that's a lot more objective and transparent and something that you can plan around. And this is why the Senator Cassidy's Foreign Pollution Fee Act, I think it's one of the purposes of that, right, is to bring in a lot more certainty into foreign economic policy and how that affects domestic investment.
And Philip, you mentioned the lack of regulatory certainty as something that could be a risk for nuclear.
Right.
Are there other headwinds that nuclear could be facing?
You know, there's some near-term headwinds, and that is just a lot of these companies that we're looking to or talking to, and this goes with uncertainty. You can only see so far in the future, right? And so they want to be able to execute on and go out and produce that product, get a market share, and get margin on that as soon as possible. So that suggests that you may not be able to wait for when that first SMR is able to support that investment. That's a headwind, but it's also an opportunity as we turn over our fleet to do that with clean nuclear. Regulations and so forth, building support. I think there was some discussion that went really well this morning in terms of how we have to build community support for these things. That could be a headwind, but you know, back to just these things are going to be, even if you shrink them down, these are large financial commitments. It's going to require support because these things will not be decided overnight. We will decide we want to go forward with a nuclear plant, and it's not going to happen. You can build a solar farm in 2 years. You can build a gas plant, including all the permitting and everything, within 4 to 5 years. You want to make sure that we have policy in place that is durable enough to withstand from the time you decide to build that plant to when it actually comes on. And as we mentioned, we need partners that have the financial wherewithal and flexibility to support those outcomes over that long duration and so forth. So in terms of the headwinds. It really is about making sure we get the policy right, making sure we get the regulation right, and building the support in the communities.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you so much. And Chris?
Go ahead. I was going to chime in a little bit,
Please.
bringing together Senator Cassidy's Foreign Pollution Act and energy, right? Because the Chinese have competed extremely well by subsidizing their energy through dirty energy, through coal, effectively. So when you talk about energy and reliant energy and low carbon energy, and when you look at our base metals production here in the United States, right? The U.S. is down to 4 aluminum smelters. It used to be at 30 about 25 years ago, 4. And we still import 60% of the alumina that feeds the only 4 that are left. Now, a large part of that reason is you need reliable, low-cost energy, and I think this is where the intersection of managing that portfolio of energy sources, including nuclear, to really put the low-carbon piece, a larger piece into the portfolio is really important. That's the intersection of policy and the reality that we're living in right now.
Yeah, absolutely. I love that phrase, the intersection of policy and reality, and hoping that the two converge. Chris, give us a sense of the best opportunities for U.S.-based critical minerals companies like yours.
I think this is where Louisiana, I think, is uniquely positioned because of waterborne traffic, of trade, sitting on the Mississippi River. So you can aggregate wastes, right? And we're in the waste to product business. So you can aggregate wastes here because you need some scale. Just to give an example, a 1 million ton steel plant produces 15,000 tons of mill scale. In the world of steel, that's nothing. And you can't get the capital efficiency. So you've got to source multiple waste from a disaggregated supply. So you bring that into a place like Louisiana that has both logistics advantages on the inbound and then on the outbound. Then you add that on top of that, you've got such a great energy infrastructure here. That's why I think Louisiana is a great fit as we establish a beachhead with red mud, but it goes beyond red mud into steel wastes, fly ash, coal tailings, and the like.
Can I make a point about obstacles? As a Republican, I feel like I can criticize Republicans on one point, and that is I think that there's this mythology out there among a lot of Republican folks on the Hill and elsewhere who work on energy that all the energy infrastructure that we have in the United States, the private sector just created, right? That the market just produced. There seems to be a huge gap in knowledge as to the role of the federal government and sort of helping hydro, nuclear, and whatever else. And I mean, you hear this all the time. And there's this also, we were talking a bit last night about this idea, all you have to do is get rid of regulation, and you'll have all this energy infrastructure development. So there's a lot of mythology out there that I think needs to be corrected. And I think this is the role of everyone in this room, is to help sort of correct what I consider to be a false narrative.
Yeah, and if I can just add on to that. Anyone is ready to build a spec nuclear plant, just let it go into the market. Well, you're welcome to come build your plant down here. Look, from my perspective, you're going to have long-term contracts to support this, right? If you're building a 40-plus year asset, could be a 60-plus year asset, you're going to have contracts to support that. You're going to have have a clear understanding of whether or not, because at some point you're going to go borrow money on this, and if you say, well, no, I can do it to the market, the banker's going to want to understand exactly how you're going to pay the loan that you need to build that plant. And so the point is, you have to have that certainty. You have to have regulation that supports that. It is an important part of making sure we can have this industry come back again, which I believe it will, but it requires that consistent, reliable, reasonable regulation to make that happen.
Well, I think if you invite Joe Miller to Louisiana to build a nuclear power plant, he'll do it. But this was a fantastic conversation. Thank you all so much. Please join me in thanking my panelists. I'm delighted to invite everyone to a half-hour coffee break. Please come back by 2:15. Our final 2 panels for this afternoon will be looking at national security and the military use case. And of course, last but not least, our panel on the regulatory landscape. Thank you.
anticipated what's caused the vast majority of casualties over the last 20 years. And so what we're looking at is what's the right size, what's the form factor, what's available, how quickly can we field it, and then I will touch on one other aspect. So you have the home station stuff, you have the forward operation base, and whether or not we dive into it, which I absolutely think we should, and we're making some efforts within SOCOM to get more comfortable with it, but we're also going to be operating in environments where this is going to be prevalent. So we need to be comfortable working in and around, you know, the urban environments where other people, foreign adversaries and allies, are going to start to have these in the cities in which we're operating in, and we're going to need to know how to react to that when we send our folks into those environments. So it's not just what we need on our side, but it's being comfortable having nuclear in the battlefield in all the different forms that it's going to come in, both through the Navy, but also just simply we're going to go to cities that are eventually going to have these, and we need to know what to do if it gets hit, it gets abandoned, how do we react? So it's definitely areas we're working on. We're trying to learn from the best in the industry. We're trying to partner with, there's a variety of different strategic capability offices is pushing forward Project Pele, which many of you are familiar with, in an effort to get this next generation reactor up and going. We're trying to buy down the N of one type of cost associated with getting reactors in the industry, waking it back up. And we're excited to see where it's going. SOCOM's, you know, a global command, but it's also, we're not going to be the only ones leading this. It's going to be a joint effort to try to get this back online, but we're definitely interested, and we appreciate all the economic efforts to do it as well, because I do think it's of strategic national importance to be able to get after this problem set.
Awesome, thanks, John. Speaking of Project Pele, Joe, would you like to talk about what BWXT is doing in this domain?
Yeah, absolutely. So I'll talk from the most mature product all the way through the least mature product that we have. So the most mature product has been in delivery for 70 years. And that's the naval nuclear reactors that are on board the fast attack submarine fleet, the ballistic missile submarine fleet, and the aircraft carrier fleet. And we've been delivering those reactors at very high consequence operations for that reason. And it's similar to what John said. The future is providing energy on demand and where you need it to keep peace worldwide. The entire reason why the nuclear industry was even formed in the United States was to keep peace worldwide. We were under threat of nuclear warfare after World War II. We had to have the ability to create a strategic deterrent. So strategic deterrent means we have the ability to react when nefarious forces decide to take action against the free world. So you create, Admiral Rickover, the father of the nuclear navy, created nuclear submarines. Before that, there were boats that went underwater. Submarines were created because they could stay underwater for long durations, months, even years if they had to, and provide the strategic deterrent, meaning they could deliver a warhead at any place in the world whenever they needed to at any time. And so that deterrent has kept the world free, largely free, for a very long time. And that's the reason why nuclear is different than everything else. Because of the amount of power density that exists in a chain reaction of a nuclear reactor supersedes every other type of power generation in the world. And you can do it for commercial. We saw that. The first commercial nuclear reactor was an aircraft carrier reactor in Shippingport, Pennsylvania. Every reactor beyond that, light water reactor fleet in the United States, is based on those reactor types. And now that there's a different demand signal, there's a different set of technologies that exist in the warfighting domain, you need new reactors. And that takes us to Project Pele. Project Pele was started 5 years ago by the Strategic Capabilities Office. It was originated 10 years ago from a write-up from the Defense Science Review Board, and all of that information was focused on logistics. Everything that John just talked about was a strategic threat to the defense of peace worldwide. So how do you address that threat? One of the things that you need to apply is the most power-dense form of energy that exists, and that's nuclear reactors. So we've been working on that project since 2020. We won the design competition. In 2022, we went off to build a reactor. So 2 days ago, we opened the facility in which that reactor is going to be built. Now, I've had staff in that facility for 2.5 years, but we completed the facility and we did a big ribbon cutting. And this is a one-of-a-kind, 200,000 square foot makerspace with classified capability to build the two most important prototypes this country has seen in 50 years. Both of them are happening there. The second reactor that we're building in Lynchburg is the Draco reactor. That reactor is dedicated to space flight. We know that energy and propulsion in the new warfighting domain, known as space, is going to be very, very important to maintaining peace in the future generations. So how do you get around space fast? With solar panels, no, you need something very high power density. So you have to think about what is the technology that gives you the most power density? Once again, nuclear reactors. So also not new technology. We started working on nuclear reactors for space flight after World War II. In fact, it was Werner von Braun who came from Germany to Alabama to start working on space reactors. First, it was other types of propulsion and evolved quickly into space propulsion reactors. So we're using the technology, we're standing on the shoulders of that technology from the 60s and early 70s to manufacture the fuel, manufacture the Draco reactor. And so I have this facility, the 200,000 square foot BWXT Innovation Campus. We also commissioned a brand new fuel facility, the first fuel facility that's been commissioned in the United States in 30 years. That's also started up in about 2 weeks ago. And then we have a third facility where the reactor assembly is going to take place, all in Lynchburg. So the investment's there. The country cares about nuclear reactors. The Department of Defense cares about nuclear reactors because of the importance that they serve to the Department of Defense, to this country, and to keep peace worldwide. And so we're making that investment too as a company. Everything I just talked about, $70 million off the bottom line of BWXT. Very important, right? These programs are very important to our company, or our country, which means they're very important to our company. After delivering 415 reactors to the Navy, we know that relationship. We understand that relationship, and most importantly, we understand the consequence that nuclear reactors need to be handled with and need to be operated with, so we take all that very seriously. Third reactor would be through the Air Force Research Lab. They're interested in putting electric propulsion in space for a variety of reasons, and so we have a contract to build a reactor that's being designed by one of our partners and is being integrated by Lockheed Martin as well. So when I think about defense reactors, I think about the beautiful heritage of 70 years of high consequence operations by the nuclear submarine fleet. Also my first job out of high school, right? And that means a lot to me. And so when we think about, as a company, as a country, as an industry, what's important, it's about putting machines that will work in the hands of the warfighter so we can maintain what we all take for granted for good reason, and that's peace worldwide.
Thanks, Joe. I will add a little bit to the space discussion. If you don't mind, I spent a couple of years in the space business, mostly an aviator, but did a little time in the space world. And with the evolution of things that are going on in that domain right now, and you've heard recently on the news, there's a lot of publicity about what we, and specifically the Chinese, are doing with regard to space warfare, space superiority, all of that. The interesting thing about the space domain that people aren't familiar with, because most folks have watched too many Star Trek movies and they think that's how things move in space. It's not how things move in space. They basically are limited in an orbitology, kind of a mode. But to get to tomorrow's way of doing space warfare, we want more dynamic ability to maneuver satellites, both offensively and defensively. You can't do that with the current propulsion methods that are used in satellite construction. Hence the interest in nuclear propulsion, so you can do that without running satellites out of fuel, essentially. Okay, let's switch to the second provider on stage. Dylan, you want to talk about what Radiant is doing?
Yeah, thanks. Speaking of space, Radiant in many ways started in the space industry. My boss, CEO Doug Bernauer, was at SpaceX for 12 years, and he was the lead engineer on the Grasshopper rocket, which is the rocket that lands itself, and then went on to do a variety of projects on behalf of Elon, always the craziest harebrained ideas, including Boring Project and eventually the Mars colony, where he was charged with figuring out how do we go to Mars, how do we land there, stay there, refuel there, and come back. And the principal issue was energy. And the first solution was solar panels, because that's what we use in space, but it would take 4 football fields of solar panels to provide enough power for the Mars colony infrastructure, and that was a ridiculous problem. As he says, it would take 4 to 5 miracles to make that doable, and at SpaceX, they like missions with 1 miracle, not 4 to 5. So in a meeting that he remembers well, Elon said, well, you should look at nuclear power. This was 2017. Doug didn't know anything about nuclear power at the time, but the boss told him to go look at it, and he did, and he came back a month later and realized that this was the solution. To put a reactor on a rocket and send it to Mars would take a miracle, but it was the only sort of realistic solution to actually making humanity multiplanetary. The issue was that he couldn't find one to buy. There's no maker in the world that could actually make a small reactor that you could send anywhere, let alone to Mars. And so Doug set out to start that up at SpaceX. After a couple of years of trying to convince the company to start just one more project, without success, Project Pele, thanks very much to BWXT, was announced, and he considered this the market signal to leave SpaceX and start Radiant. And that was late 2019, early 2020 when Radiant was founded, with the sole goal of creating a reactor that the customer wants. We make one product and only one product. The entire organization is focused on making 1 megawatt in a box and mass producing it. So we started in 2020 with the goal to test in 2026 and deliver a reactor in 2028. We are still on track to that timeline. We should test in Idaho next year. And then by the end of the decade, we should be making about a reactor a week in a facility we just announced in Wyoming. And we want to make reactors like cars on a mass production line, many at a time, to provide the warfighter with the capability they need, because they certainly need more than one or a few reactors. We imagine if this is a reality over the next 10 years, they'll need dozens, if not hundreds of reactors to both provide resilience here in CONUS, but also project power in the Pacific or anywhere else in the world that we need super resilient multi-year power.
Thank you. I've saved D for last in sort of a perverse inverse rank, kind of order here, but Dee's organization is looking to fill a very important niche between the user and the producers. And so Dee, if you want to describe that for us.
So Quadrant Nuclear, basically a new formed company. I've been the CEO this is my 13th week. And we explored for a period of time where there's gaps in the marketplace and then built a company around filling those gaps. And where we look at is providing advanced nuclear solutions, if you want to think of it that way, or maybe even reactor services business. And so when I meet a reactor manufacturer, the question I ask is, who's going to operate your reactor? Because that's what we want to do. We want to provide, as a third-party service, we want to provide world-class operations based upon the Navy nuclear power program. The common culture that Joe and I share, we were both Navy nukes. He mentioned a lot about submarines, and I give all deference to my submarine brothers and sisters. I was on the carrier side, and so I commanded 3 aircraft carriers, the Dwight D. Eisenhower, the Enterprise, and the Truman. And so that's 12 small modular reactors that I got to see in operation. And I watched my crew operate these things, and I just marvel at it, during the time and then now in reflection. And I do believe that the great versatility, the reliability, the power that they bring can help the greater humanity, whether here on this earth or outward, as we've talked about. And Quadrant Nuclear wants to be part of that. The other thing that we want to do at Quadrant Nuclear is we want to be a middleware, if we can, between a use case and a reactor technology. And in saying that, the owner of the company is Alan Quasha. He owns Quadrant Management. He's works for many years in Wall Street. He's very tied to the investment community. And therefore, we think that we can form a JV or a special purpose vehicle that we could lead a fundraising and be the project manager that brings a project to life, and then hopefully operate that reactor as a service once it's built. So that I see a great tie right between use case or a need and then reactor developers, and we're that middleware that we hope is able to help bring these things to life.
Okay, thanks. I'd like to switch gears a little bit and talk about great power competition and how this technology affects that. And it will affect it a lot, both strictly military, but also economic power, which you heard a lot about previously today. We know that our friends, the Russians and the Chinese, are developing this kind of a capability, and in many ways they're ahead of us. And so we've got some catching up to do. But John, I'd like to hear from you from a SOCOM perspective, mainly because you guys are deployed everywhere and doing a large set of missions where you bump into some of our adversaries occasionally. So could you talk about what effect you think this technology will have on that competition?
Yes, sir. So I think if I were to back it up to how I kind of came about learning more and more about the modular nuclear community and what the capability is, and I've heard a couple people refer to it here, I was looking for peers. Like whenever you're inside any type of organization that you want to be excellent, you got to find those peer comparison groups. And where I really found when you're talking about going off into far off places and doing highly complex mission sets and be able to support that, it's oil and gas and it was space construction. So I ended up getting back into this environment where I'm meeting a lot of people, and even in this conference, this conversation, we've had some of these same conversations about, hey, where's the next place we have to go to be effective? A lot of us have talked Arctic in the side. A lot of us have talked about like what makes Louisiana so prime to be able to engage in this and be part of this economy. So it's this river running right outside this building. And I think that that is true too as we look in these other really hard places to go. And it's up into the north, and how are we going to be able to fuel what we put up there? So whether it's a missile site, whether it's air defense, whether it is a Special Forces ODA team all the way out there, they're going to be alone and afraid in far off places, and we need to be able to supply them with what they need at the point of need. And a lot of that comes from the idea of whether it's advanced manufacturing, whether it's different supply chains, whether it is all the stuff I talked about earlier with the edge computing. And the modern day warrior needs to have everything at their disposal because they don't know the difficult problem sets they're going to come across, but they need to have the tool to affect change in those problem sets. And I think from a power perspective, what I've seen with some of these companies and some of this technology is, okay, this is it. This is how we're going to get the right type of power to these individuals to do all the other complex stuff we ask them to do. And so I think it's as we look at the tyranny of distance, whether it's in the Arctic, the Southeast Asian Sea, or whether it's eventually back in space, I think we're going to need this type of power closer to the point of need for the warrior.
Yeah, I think that's great. And maybe one other way to say that, which has already been referenced earlier today in one of the other panels, one of the members mentioned that energy is the lifeblood of economic development. It's also the lifeblood of military operations, and it's becoming more and more so as weapon systems become more advanced and require more energy. The other analogy I will make, and Joe, I'm going to turn it over to you for a minute to talk about the impact on economic development and how that affects the great power competition. But one of the previous panels was also first mover states. Well, I look at the military as a first mover state. And like many other technologies that we've grown up with, like the internet, like the GPS constellation, those largely, if not completely, came from the military, and I think, or were led by the military at least. And this is going to be another example of that kind of capability. So Joe, would you like to talk a little bit about more about the economic part of this?
Yeah, absolutely. When we were awarded the contract for Pele, the initial phase of Pele, we had some reach out from oil and gas companies, and one of the companies was highly interested in BWXT figuring out a way to scale up Pele for a commercial application for extraction. So in order to reduce their carbon footprint, to extract hydrocarbons, they wanted to use a nuclear reactor, and it did make sense when you think through their use case. And so we went through a very dedicated review of a high temperature gas reactor technology, how you could scale that up for a commercial application. And on the heels of that, as soon as we submitted that report, the Department of Energy came out with the Advanced Reactor Demonstration Program. So we pulled together a team with BWXT, the Idaho National Lab, and Oak Ridge National Lab to submit to that program saying, hey, there is a thesis here on how you could use a scaled up version of a military reactor for a commercial use case. The response that we got from a very mature oil and gas customer was, it's twice as expensive as we're willing to pay. We've identified the 5 things that could bring that price down by more than half. And these 5 things are the reasons why we need to go through a technology development process, through a Department of Energy cost-sharing program, and then we can come up with a commercial product. That was in 2020. So we were awarded that contract as well, and we have been focusing on optimizing performance of the reactor through fuel development, through a variety of manufacturing development activities, through its design, and then stripping off all of the tactical attributes of something like Pele because they aren't required in a commercial use case. So immediately after even being awarded a design contract, there was a commercial impact that happened. And since then, we've been able to, through Pele, we've already procured thousands of components. Core assembly has started for the Pele reactor, and we've understood the entire supply chain. And one of our fears getting into Pele was the supply chain wasn't going to exist. There were going to be gaps that would stop us from producing that reactor. And there weren't, and we were very pleasantly surprised that there weren't. The depth isn't there, nor should it be, because this is a first-of-a-kind technology, but that entire supply chain existed. And so when we start thinking through the commercial variant of that and the lessons learned from Pele and how we attribute those lessons learned into our commercial reactor, we started to perform another supply chain analysis, mostly focused on Wyoming through another contract with the state of Wyoming. And we talked earlier about we have a graphite supplier that makes sights for guns. They know how to drill graphite. Graphite's very important for high temperature gas reactors. So we've talked to them, we've talked to dozens of others, and there was a dual benefit of that supply chain interaction, the commercial interactions that we've had in that state, because you're also talking to the people that live in that state and talking to them about the technology, and they see economic benefit to having nuclear reactors. And I'm sure that would happen in every state, because if you're going to manufacture and deliver a product in a state or in a country, in a location, that country that's investing in that technology is going to also want to participate in the supply chain to their benefit. So I think you see that in many different ways. With an investment by the Department of Defense, you can create an industry, you can create a supply chain, and you can create a lot of meaningful work for the people that will be using the electricity.
Great. Dylan, anything from the Radiant perspective on tying this to overall economic development in addition to military capabilities?
Sure. I mean, we initially designed the Kaleidos reactor with the military use in mind. I mean, it's designed to be fail-safe, which we tested this fall in California and proved that it is fail-safe in a power outage or a cyber attack. It's designed to travel on a regular U.S. highway. Or in the back of a C-17, right? It's fueled at our factory and sealed, put on a truck, a train, a boat, or a plane, and flown wherever it needs to be, and then dropped and plugged in. You don't need to break the nuclear barrier on site. You don't need to connect multiple pieces of equipment. And then you can stack them together if you need 1, 3, 10 megawatts of power, and just provides that flexibility to the warfighter for the amount of power they need wherever they need it. And you can put it on for a year, power it down, cool it down, put it back on a plane, and send it to another power projection platform, as John was alluding to. But our early demand is commercial. We have 26 reactors sold with deposits, and they're waiting for those reactors. Some oil and gas companies, certainly data science. We have a mining operation, a grow operation, a farm. So you can see the demand for this power is acute and high, and they want something quickly, even if it is just 1 megawatt at a time. They want that resilience as soon as possible. And speaking of costs, the reason we're designing it to be mass-produced is not only to meet the market demand as quickly as possible, but if we start to make a reactor a week or 5 a week, right, we can really bring down the costs of the hardware to make these reactors, and hopefully really bring that kilowatt hour down in line with utility prices in the early 2030s, and really compete on price as well as outcompete on resiliency.
Great, thanks. Dee, could you talk back to the military side of this, and at the global scale or the strategic scale, your experience in force projection with 3 aircraft carriers, and what that means to not only hard power but soft power competition with our adversaries?
Yeah, no, very good. So Gary may be alluding to my background. Most recently, before I retired, I was at U.S. Transportation Command as the deputy commander, responsible for the global logistics system of systems that the Department of Defense relies on for transportation of things. And so one of the things that I think that we always were considering was that in any kind of war fight, there is going to be a fight to get to the fight. And so the fact that, the bases now are considering, reliable power in their power projection platforms, I think is a good move, because, I would believe that a sophisticated enemy would try to disrupt the mobilization of our forces if they knew that we were going to build up forces that would be countering them or trying to defeat them in some way. And the bases then should be looking at a way to make sure that they have, secure, reliable power so that they can deliver the force, when and if needed, and at the time that we need to send them there. And I think a lot of times we think about, sort of the forward deployed need to have that power. If we were operating in an archipelago and we need to have mobile bases and so forth. From the Navy perspective, I think we recognize that many of our ships and submarines, our aircraft carriers anyway, and submarines, they already have the great mobility that comes with the nuclear power. But I don't know that everyone oftentimes thinks about, our bases around the country and all the services and their reliance to be able, or the need that they have for power, the reliance on power, to be able to execute the mission of delivering the force when and if needed.
One thing I would add from the Air Force perspective, because I have to, is the Air Force current plan for operating, particularly in places like the South Pacific, is a concept called ACE, Agile Combat Employment, because we realize the vulnerability of putting all your assets at major air bases and waiting for the Chinese missiles to rain down. So the plan is to disperse assets to think of a hub and spoke kind of plan for short periods of time and complicate the enemy's targeting problem. But with that comes the problem of how do you provide all the things to those places, primarily energy. And they're looking very hard at this kind of a capability to fill that role. Okay, let's talk a little bit about problems. We heard a lot as the day went on about, regulatory issues, policy issues, et cetera, and I know that applies to everybody here. But also let's talk about the current acquisition process within the military and within the services. I have my own opinions about that, which I may share before we're done, but I'd like to hear what you all think about that. John, you got any opinion about how that's working or not working? Yeah, that's what I thought.
No, I think it's one of those, you always want quicker, fast. I want it now. There's a lack of having the patience, and even as we try out new things, it's like, this is a great technology where I want 5 of them, and how do we get there? But there is the idea of, what I've been spending the last few years trying to better understand is how to be a good customer, such that like when the opportunity does come to actually purchase one of these, I know how to do that. So I think it's both an area where we need to learn, we need to become like the Navy Navy nuke community and actually revitalize our own workforce, which is both an issue that we have to accomplish so that we can be good customers, and also an opportunity for industry, because I'm fortunate enough, I moonlight as an adjunct instructor up at Duke, and like half of my class is Navy nuke guys, and I'm like, oh, these guys are so marketable right now because nuke's gonna take off. And I'm sitting here thinking like, we need to do that for the Army guys, and so that they can start to have those same opportunities and help us be better customers. I think we often struggle, and the word I'm not an acquisition professional, but like whenever I engage with acquisition professionals, I often hear it's like, well, I need a requirement. And as an end user, you often struggle with like, how do I write a requirement for something that maybe I don't fully understand the technology, but also I didn't even know that this was an option. Like this idea of like not having to move. My brother's an 88 Mike, which was a truck driver, and he used to truck around northern Iraq with a thing full of fuel. And I'm like, how do I avoid putting a soldier on that road? Oh, this magical thing can do it. And we need to get to that point where we understand how to write that requirement. I need a thing that hasn't existed, at least not in the lifespan of any of the current serving members. So let's figure out how to write that requirement so that we can go after actually acquiring it.
Awesome. to the producers. Joe, you want to talk about whether the current process or processes helping, hurting, what needs to improve?
Yeah, I would say the fact that a prototype program exists is a huge boost. The fact that Project Pele is a program has been a great way to identify how you would address the requirements that came along with the prototype. And there were some very stringent requirements. How do you get several megawatts inside of a very small box? So there are mass requirements, volume requirements, things that aren't usually part of a requirement set for a commercial nuclear reactor. So now that we're beyond that and we're building the reactor, we will demonstrate here in the next couple of years, and we'll demonstrate the entire capability from start to finish, generating electricity. It's time in this year, in preparation for next fiscal year or the fiscal year beyond that, for a program of record to exist. So companies that have taken this very seriously and companies that have created a product that is viable for the Department of Defense, we need to on-ramp the set of requirements and everything that John said, the training platform, the use cases, how we will field these units, because I don't think there's anybody in the world that thinks that energy demand is going to go down, right? Nobody believes that. Energy demand is going to go up. So we have to do something. Nuclear is the obvious solution. There's billions of dollars flowing into nuclear right now. What's the holdup in making a program of record? It's not an if, it's a when. And we have one prototype. That's 19 prototypes less than the Chinese. They have 20 prototypes with every type of technology. In fact, the technology that I joined BWXT to work on, that they got through a cyber hack they're building, right? The pump configuration's wrong, so joke's on them. But I think it's really important that we think about what is the future look like. Energy demand is going to soar. Energy requirements for tactical weapons, energy requirements for everything that the Department of Defense requires is going to be important. And then the amount of resource that is already applied to protecting that logistics chain is immense. If we can eliminate that, we get a force multiplier and now no longer having to protect all of this diesel, all the diesel tank farms, things of that nature. So yeah, I think it's moving in the right direction with the prototype. Program of record is important. There's external investment that's coming through a variety of different mechanisms into nuclear. Let's let those who can produce systems that can actually operate go off and put these systems into the hands of the Department of Defense. And they need to react and pave the pathway through regulatory, through training, through requirements that make the most sense for the defense to use this technology.
Okay, thank you. Dylan, from Radiant's perspective, what's your thought on the process?
Yeah, I mean, I think part of the problem with nuclear is how long it takes to develop. And, in John's case, right, like if SOCOM's interested in a new drone, it's very likely they could call 10 drone developers and say, hey, come demonstrate this for us in a field somewhere like next week. And they'd all show up and they'd show them all the technology and they'd pick one and they'd say, this is the best, let's buy 100,000. In nuclear, the lead times are, we're on track and it'll be 8 years from the pen to paper to delivering our first commercial reactor, and I think that'll be the fastest ever. At least since the 60s. And so there needs to be a certain level of faith from the services and like what's to come, but in something they can't quite see yet. Not one single advanced reactor has been turned on in the whole country, in the whole industry. It hasn't happened once, right? And I don't blame the DoD for being skeptical until that happens once, twice, 3 times over the next couple of years. The good news is we're very hopeful it will happen a couple times over the next few years, and hopefully that's a watershed moment for the demand for the program of record that we need. And what's really exciting from our perspective is like we were founded in 2020. We were, quote unquote, a couple guys in a garage when all this federal money was coming in for programs like Pele and ARDP. So we sort of missed that moment, and we're 95% privately funded as a result. But at this point, we don't want more development dollars. We just want contracts. We want fixed price, milestone contracts for delivering real hardware that works. And we get paid, and we'll get paid if we deliver it. And that's all we want from SOCOM, INDOPACOM, DoD, or any other federal agency is to treat this like the private industry it is and just pay us when we deliver and stop continuing to give us money to build the thing. Just pay us when you get the thing. Yep. And we're very hopeful that starts to happen as as BWXT and Radiant and others turn on reactors, and the services can say, oh, this is real. Like, let's roll out some programs to buy a few of them.
Great. One other thread to maybe pull on here with regard to that category, Dee, you and I have talked about, should this be a buy service kind of acquisition, or should this be a joint program like the F-35, which is being flown by the Air Force, Navy, and Marines? And similarly, this type of capability is required by all the services, and they don't necessarily have to be different capabilities. Sometimes on the edges, yes, but generally, no. So thoughts on that?
You know, I think probably what I would think that we've got to think about as a community, right, and it relates to your question, is in the operations of the reactors, right? That what I noticed, at least in the Navy, is that at Norfolk, there could be 20 reactors operating. If Enterprise was in port, there would be 28. And the people of Norfolk would never know. I mean, they were oblivious and probably didn't care. But if you were to put one test reactor at Old Dominion, then the entire city would probably, want to have a comment about it. So the public's perception and acceptance of nuclear is going to be tied to their, I think, their belief that they're going to be operated safely. Back to your question, then, I would say that if all the services were to design their own, and then who's going to operate them? It might be a better way to think about it as if you had one that you were going to buy, or at least one, some way to operate them so that there was standardization and rigor in the way that they were being operated.
Great. Thank you all. Been a great discussion. I hope you all appreciated that little round the world with the military for a few minutes. And if you would, please help me thank our panelists.
All right.
Should we take our water?
Thank you so much again to Gary and to such an excellent panel. It's been so interesting to watch the different iterations of the military use case and national security panel as we've gone, especially from Alaska to Utah and now here to Louisiana. The panel that I think has had kind of the strongest through line since we started Frontiers, I think 4 or 5 years ago with Wyoming, has been the panel discussion that we've held each time on the regulatory landscape. And we always have this panel last because I think it keeps everyone's attention. But everything that we've talked about all day and everything that we've been talking about now for years with the Frontiers program, none of it happens without the regulators. And so I think it's so important that we've always tried to have representation at the state level, at the federal level, and people who really are able to talk about how all of these different regulatory landscapes meet and cooperate, and I think can even drive innovation. So without further ado, this panel is on innovation in the regulatory landscape, and I'm delighted to introduce Laura Beecham, who is Vice President for Business Operations and Strategy at Entergy Louisiana, LLC, to introduce and moderate the panel. Thank you.
All right, thank you all. We've made it to the final panel of the day. So I think what we've heard today is really some insightful conversations and dialogue from so many different experts in the room. And I think what we can take away from that is it's going to take all of us to make this happen. And so I'm very happy to join this panel as we round out the day on regulation. And I think we often can see that regulation can be a barrier to innovation, but it also can be a catalyst as we think about future technology. So today we're going to explore that. I'm honored to have this panel here with us. We have Amy Roma, who is a partner at Global Energy Practice Leader, and she's an expert on nuclear energy policy and regulation. Of course, we have Commissioner Eric Skrmetta, who we heard from earlier this morning, is commissioner here in the state of Louisiana, and Paul Shalander, who is a former member of the Idaho Public Utilities Commission. So Commissioner Skrmetta, I want to start with you. We heard by your own admission this morning, you had not prepared remarks for your opening address, but I think what we all...
Or now.
What we all, I think, can take away from your comments this morning is the passion and the expertise you bring to this space. And I know in my experience with you as my regulator, that reliability and security of the grid is really a pillar of the policy and all of the work that you've done here in Louisiana. And so that's why I wanted to start with you. We've also heard several mentions today of Meta and Hyundai coming to Louisiana and the ExxonMobil expansion. So growth is exponential here in Louisiana. So as a commissioner, you have seen firsthand how policy can either encourage or discourage technological advancement. So I'd like you to talk to us about the regulatory framework and how it can enable energy innovation.
Well, you know, the regulatory framework in Louisiana is pretty straightforward. It's very traditional. We have the regulatory compact in Louisiana, so and it's the original mechanism for providing regulating companies monopolies on districts, but ensuring that we can provide the lowest rates possible and the greatest security for delivering energy. But what we've also done in Louisiana is work very diligently on creating a process for approval of projects that is unfettered by too much problems, keeping the burdens of process down to make sure we get through. The commission is a 5-member body, so it is 3 votes and you win type thing. But it's rarely a 3-vote passage on these types of projects, of power plants. Normally, it's a 5-0 type thing. We see the value of it to the community. But when we see companies like Meta, companies like Hyundai, companies like Exxon, companies that have come here and look at the rate structuring and the regulatory pathways that are established in Louisiana, they come here and they have publicly said that that's one of the things that have led them here, because we don't want to burden the sort of get the job done aspect of this, because we know that because of the 5 to 6 year period of getting a gas power plant built, if we know that we've got to take other steps to get built, we can't just let bureaucratic morass take over and impede progress, because look, this all comes down to getting work done for whether we're going to feed an industrial, whether we're going to create transmission mechanisms that are going to improve reliability of the system. We want to make sure that the public is served, and it can't get served if we don't get things through the system.
Well, you mentioned bureaucracy, and so nuclear is a different animal. It's very complex. Do you see steps that state regulators could take that could enable nuclear innovation and not have it burdened by bureaucracy? Yeah, so also.
Well, no, I point at her because she's the nuclear expert at the NRC.
Right.
Right.
Yeah.
And look, I give great credit to her for her legal expertise. Look, I had to go to law school twice and get 2 degrees to equal one of hers, right? But you know, she's been before the NRC more than anybody ever thought about being in this room. And I do think that in Louisiana, you know, we look for this process, and I think it's the same way across the mechanism. We don't tell the utility companies, we want you to build a gas plant, we want you to build a nuclear power plant. The utility companies come to us and say, Commission, we want to build this power plant. So they have to go through this process we develop, right? But at the same time, they're not going to come to us and say they want to build this power plant until they have gone through a process with the Department of Energy for going through the security mechanisms of the insurability of the project. They're going to have to go through the NRC to get the permitting aspect. It's that whole federal aspect because of obviously the complicated nature of nuclear power. But it has to go through them. They're going to effectively wave the magic wand on Entergy, and then Entergy can come and say, we have our green stamp collection, we would like to build a nuclear power plant, and you know, if we see that come with the right pricing mechanism, which we're seeing now of these facilities that want to actually participate and pay for these and take this burden off of my consumers, I'm ready to get the rubber stamp out, go approved, right, as fast as I can. But that's got to come from the top down on nuclear versus gas plants are a little, you know, obviously a lot different. There's just a air permit and a few other things that have to go through process. So, we have to wait for the federal aspect of this to come to the state. But I think we had the Meta project come to us for an initial approval, I think in September.
That's right.
And I was ready to approve it in October, but they went, oh, well, let's go through the process. I said, look, if this is going to help people in Northeast Louisiana get a job, we want to do this. But again, we'll have that completed within, I believe, by September or August of this year. And so that's a fairly quick process according to all players in this game. So that's really where we are.
And I can attest to my own experience. This process has been exponentially fast. And to watch the customers come to our state and the speed at which they're looking for power and the speed at which the commission is now ready to take action has been refreshing to see. Right. So Amy, I will switch over to you. And you've been able to testify before Congress. You certainly have an expertise in the mass deployment of micro reactors. So can you talk to us a little bit how the current regulatory framework at the federal level is adapting to nuclear and new innovative technologies?
Yeah, so one of the things that people may not realize is that the nuclear regulator here, the NRC, is actually pretty good at licensing and supportive innovation when they have a project pending before them. When they have to generically figure out what a regulatory framework is for a whole range of different types of technologies and different sizes, it becomes more complicated. And so the current regulatory path forward for new reactor licensing is a bit of a choose-your-own-adventure where applicants can pick which path they want. One is traditional licensing using a two-step licensing process where you get a construction permit and then an operating license. That's actually really good for innovative technologies, and it's something that kind of the first wave of advanced reactor developers want to utilize because you only need to come up with preliminary design information in your construction permit application. Then you can go ahead and start constructing, finish the design, and you can see what the constructability is, and then fold that into an operating license where you do your final safety analysis report and your final kind of detailed design in that second stage application. And because of that flexibility, many people are preferring to use that versus the other alternatives that are available. Another alternative is a combined operating license where you apply for everything up front, where you have all the construction permit information, all the operating license information up front. That the NRC did because it was trying to help innovation, it was trying to help next wave of nuclear technologies, but it ended up being very prescriptive, where the NRC expected you to do an early site permit, expected you to get an environmental approval for the site, expected you to do a design certification for the reactor design, expected you to do this COL, and then build the plant, and it cost tens to hundreds of millions of dollars. And the NRC was unyielding in how long it took to get approvals for these. And so in practice, it never ended up working or supporting. And we saw that with kind of like the last wave of applications. And now Congress directed the NRC to come up with the so-called Part 53 framework, which is going to be memorialized in 10 CFR Part 53. So we have a Part 50, a Part 52, and we'll soon to have a Part 53, where Congress directed the NRC to come up with a technology neutral and risk-informed regulatory framework for the range of advanced reactor applications that the NRC could see. So whether it's a microreactor, or whether it's a larger reactor uses alternative fuels, alternative coolants, it could be in the Part 53 framework. That has not gone as well as expected, and I think the NRC commissioners themselves kind of threw the staff under the bus, saying like, hey, this isn't what we expected, and there was a lot of negative feedback from the industry. That is all to say these are your licensing pathways. There's a lot of flexibility and innovation that can be realized within those pathways. And so we're seeing now that the TerraPower application's been submitted. The X-Energy Dow application will be coming in the next few months. TVA is working on its application for Clinch River. That's going to be a construction permit. They're all doing old school licensing, right? But they're trying to work with the NRC to figure out, are there innovative ways that we can apply this framework? And where you can be particularly innovative is things like microreactors. And so I have to give a big shout out to Project Pele and the Department of Defense for being willing to do Project Pele. And BWXT has done a really good job, and what it did was enabled a paradigm shift so that people could start thinking about microreactors as something that could be fully transportable on the back of a C-17, something that could be buried underground, remotely operated, and something that could be up and running within a few days to a couple weeks after being deployed on site, even something that could be operated in a forward operating base, so a military zone. Because of that groundwork and because of that paradigm shift that Pele created, we see a whole bunch of companies that can benefit from that thinking. So the Radiance of the world, BWXT's commercial operations, all the other microreactor companies that are coming out there can benefit from the thinking of you can shift forward how you think about licensing into that kind of upfront design review, come up with a plant parameter envelope for environmental and technical conditions that it can perform in, and be able to enable it to have a site-specific deployment very quickly. And the best example I've seen that on like where we can see real innovation on the regulatory side is when Shepherd Power went into the NRC with the oil and gas industry about a year and a half ago, and said to them, with the oil and gas industry, if we can't have a microreactor up and running within 6 months of an order being placed and the overall licensing cost cannot be more than 1% of the total unit cost, or we're all gonna leave, right? Like, we're gonna leave. And I went into that meeting and I was like, oh, this isn't gonna go well. But it did go well, right? And the reason that the oil and gas industry wanted that, and I think maybe the Radiant folks who were talking about it earlier, or BWXT, was right now they have 4 gigawatts of power deployed across the Permian Basin for upstream oil and gas extraction. They need 17 gigawatts by 2032. 17 gigawatts from 4. The entire Texas grid, for example, is 80 gigawatts. Right now, it's largely from diesel and natural gas generators that they're looking to replace, and electrification really isn't an option. So if they're going to be able to support their existing extraction and their plans for expanding extraction, they need something like a mobile reactor, and they've already evaluated all other technologies and decided they don't have a plan B. They really need this to work. But that meeting at the NRC staff said, we think we can do this. I mean, that was a groundbreaking moment. It doesn't matter. There's going to be a long way to get there, right? There's going to be a long way to get the regulator to get on board or be able to license that quickly. But for them to say, we think we can do this, and we already came to the same conclusion, we were just waiting for somebody to ask. Then you open up the whole doors of what can you do with the manufacturing license? How can you streamline this? How do you fundamentally shift how you've licensed in the past to how you could license in the future? And then who else can benefit from this, including all the way up to the big guys. And so that's, I think, how you enable innovation. You have to have people who sit there and say, what is the risk significance of this device? What makes sense? And how can we think differently than we have before?
That's great. Do you have advice for states as they work, the state regulators as they work with the NRC?
I have advice for the federal government and the state. So I've been licensing for 20 years. I've been licensing every type of facility that you can think of: uranium enrichment facilities, interim waste storage facilities, reactors, big reactors, little reactors, research reactors, everything, and a whole bunch of medical isotopes and industrial uses. Every facility is in a community, and every community cares about that facility. There's no facility that doesn't know like a reactor's going in next door. Communities care about this. Local and state governments care about this. One of the first questions that you get as a pre-applicant when you go into the NRC is they say, what does the local and state government think about this? So from an engagement side, the NRC needs to communicate openly and transparently with the state. The state needs to communicate with the NRC, and it needs to be back and forth. And when there's other stakeholders, like as Eric was talking about with the Department of Energy being a stakeholder, or a national lab being a stakeholder, everybody needs to be part of this conversation. And one of the things that I really, really like that I'm seeing on the state side is states are being super proactive at figuring out how can we streamline the things that are on our end of the street. We have a whole bunch of state approvals that you need to go through. We have local permitting that you need to go through. How do we think about how we can make that go as efficiently as possible? So when you're doing things like an NRC review, where you cannot get your NRC license until you've received all the licenses that you need to operate from all your state and federal authorities, and if anybody's ever trying to figure out what licenses they need, go ahead and look at somebody's environmental report that they've submitted with their application, because you have to list all the permits you need to operate. Go through that list. When they sit there and say, all the things on our end, we're going to help streamline and make go faster, so that when the NRC is doing its NEPA reviews and has to do its concurrence reviews and do its consultation process with the state bodies, everybody can be rowing in the same direction. And so states are being really proactive. Louisiana is a great example. Texas is a great example. Tennessee is a great example of like, how can we streamline this collectively?
Yeah, thank you. I mean, Paul, I want to turn to you because you also have extensive experience from a regulatory perspective with your work in Idaho. So do you have any examples of where regulation has enabled nuclear or other technologies?
Where it's enabled?
Yes. Or where it can enable?
I think when you look at the state regulatory scene, we have to recognize that all state regulators aren't created equally. In the state of Louisiana, where I think we have a different model, you're elected, and they're constitutional officers. They actually represent what they consider to be a fourth branch of government. In the state of Idaho, where I was appointed by the governor, my best qualification when I became a commissioner was that I knew the governor. And I say that in part to also recognize that what really has to happen is a recognition that the average tenure of a commissioner around the country is 3 years. That's the average tenure. So there's a huge recycling of commissioners in there. So there is this large gap from one commission to the next commission in terms of how to move things forward. And what you see around the country is a lot of regulators, they're not innovative. They're economic regulators. So it's what's the unit cost per kilowatt hour? How can I pull that through? So when we start to look at the innovative perspective moving forward, one, it's key piece is education and making sure you continue to re-educate and have the appropriate forums like this and leaders like Commissioner Skrmeta, who's also a part of a NARUC subcommittee that's looking specifically at nuclear, to make sure there's that repository of information moving forward and information that new regulators can come in and immediately grasp some of the concepts and ideas and what other states have done so they don't have to reinvent the wheel. And they know that there is a toolkit available for them to look at. But when we look at innovation, I think a lot of it really has to be, we don't have to reinvent the wheel as it relates to how we go about cost recovery for this, but we have to look at how do we adjust those cost recovery mechanisms to fit the reality. And the reality is that utilities are risk averse because regulators are risk averse. And why is that? Well, because none of us want to fail. Utilities don't want to move forward with a project that they are going to get disallowances on and not get full recovery. So how do we look at innovating to the point where we sit back and say, one, we need to move away from unit cost per kilowatt hour and begin to look at whole system benefit and what does that really mean and how do we put a cost to it? But also, two, to just look at simple, innovative scenarios within our current regulatory structure, which is regulatory pre-approval. If I'm going to do a feasibility study as a utility, come to the regulator, say, here's what I'd like to do. Here's what we see the cost range is. Can I get approval to do this so that I know that if I go out and I expend several $1 million in a feasibility study to see if I can deploy a microreactor in this scenario or an SMR in another one, that I'm going to get recovery. I'm not going to be disallowed those costs, because when those things begin to happen, that trust deficit continues to grow. Utilities will sit back and say, I'm not going to try to innovate because my regulators won't allow me to. So how do we bridge those gaps? How do we eliminate that trust deficit and create the appropriate regulatory models where everybody can move forward? Now, at the end of a feasibility study, maybe the answer is we don't move forward with that project. That's fine. But if the answer then is, okay, we like that first step. Now what's next? So maybe we start to look at that site permitting process, but go back and get that pre-approval so that you can move forward and know that that is going to be recovered. Because at the end of the day, and I think this is something that a lot of regulators that are new don't recognize, is they sit back and say, all right, I've got appointed, my job is to make sure that we don't, everything's affordable and we don't raise rates, and at the end of the day, the bills don't change and I don't get blamed for it. That's not the job. It was referenced by Commissioner Skrmeta, that regulatory compact. It's to make sure that the utility is healthy. And when the investment community sees huge disallowances for projects, what that results in is a downgrade of the investment quality of that utility. And what does that mean? That translates into increased cost of capital. And at a time when we're all trying to deal with providing, more energy for this load growth that we all hear about, the last thing you want to do is be into this huge capital intensive period and your cost of capital is high. Because how does that fold back into customers? That results in increased cost to customers at the end of the day because they have to pay for those increased costs. So we don't need to necessarily be so innovative. We just need to recognize that in order to move these things forward, we have to reduce the risk. And we also have to start working on that trust deficit piece, making sure we're all on the same page. And again, I get to applaud Louisiana for doing that because without being told to do it by anyone, the Louisiana Commission, under Commissioner Scremetta's leadership, said, we are going to put together an advanced nuclear strategic framework. We're going to bring as many people together to begin to talk about what that path may look like. And they've done something that I think is a model that other states can look at. So that's my long rambling. Thanks for the question.
Well, you're certainly speaking to my heart. As a longtime utility employee, I know we certainly are very focused on making sure we're balancing the appropriate level of risk as we think about deploying new technologies or any investments that we're making, protecting our shareholders, but certainly protecting our customers. And that's certainly something we work closely with our commission on. And thank you for mentioning Lance. I know it was mentioned earlier today, but that was a fantastic framework that Commissioner Scremetta and the others in the state led, but it certainly was at the commissioner's his foresight to get that for the state of Louisiana. And so, Amy, I was just curious, now if we shift away from the U.S., if there's anything on international level that the U.S. can emulate in this space?
I would caution against maybe emulating international kind of regulatory frameworks, but there's other examples to look to, right? And it's just because it's really hard to sit there and look at like the UK or the Canadian nuclear regulators and say, oh, they're less prescriptive. They allow you to have like an end goal and you just show them how you meet the end goal. Fundamentally, it would be hard to change the paradigm so much in the United States, though Part 53 was trying to do that. One of the things that I think has been really interesting is I've actually written a series of papers, and we just kind of did our latest updated draft about how to enable mass manufacturing it was actually for fusion mass manufacturing, but all the same concepts apply to mass manufacturing, like microreactors or nuclear reactors in general. And we look to medical devices, aviation, and cars, transportation, so vehicles. We looked at how do other government regulators that regulate something that has high safety significance but enables it to be mass deployed, right? What isn't working is a bespoke licensing review where the regulator sees an application that is prepared and tailored for a specific site, and then when you go to do your second of a kind, you are starting over again. And then it works a little bit where the NRC can say, okay, well, we don't need to re-review some of these things, but you should be able to have kind of mass streamlining when you're doing nth of a kind licensing. And so what we did was we looked at how does the FDA do this with medical devices? How does the National Highway Transportation Safety Authority do this with vehicles? And actually the European example for vehicle regulation was actually much easier to look at. And then how does the FAA do this with airplanes? And so that was a model that I think is helpful, and that was incorporated into the ADVANCE Act, directing the NRC to look at how do you enable mass manufacturing for fusion. But then the NRC was looking to this paper, right? So getting a lot of questions about like how they could do this. So that's just kind of one example. I do think that even maybe just backing away from kind of the international, like I know the IAEA is looking at an international regulatory framework. It is a slow process. The IAEA works very slow. And if anybody has done any engagement to the IAEA, they like lots of meetings. They like those meetings to be very long and last for like the whole week. And at the end, you're sitting there just doing drafts and drafts and drafts of technical reports that you don't know that anybody is going to read. And so that's a hard way to innovate and disrupt. But what is going to work is bilateral agreements for cooperation between regulatory authorities that are reviewing the same information. And so with GEH, the NRC is talking to the Canadians and the Polish regulators to figure out where can there be streamlining. And when I was at the NRC's Regulatory Information Conference last week, I walked into a bar and I saw a whole bunch of people doing karaoke, and they were the Polish nuclear regulators who are all on secondment to the NRC. So that's a great way that people can share information and kind of best practices and approaches for how a regulator is reviewing something when they're reviewing the same types of technology. And so I think that is probably much more of the low-hanging fruit.
Awesome. So Commissioner Smeta, I would like, maybe we can have karaoke to open or end the next B&E session.
That's
I
one
don't
way
know.
to clear a room.
Yeah, well, maybe I'll challenge you to that. So we've heard quite a bit from Amy and Paul here, both on federal and state levels. Do you, is there anything that you would like to see us do different here in the state of Louisiana from a regulatory perspective to advance nuclear?
Well, I'd like to see the investor and utilities hire Amy to get us through the NRC. I've just,
Philip May is sitting in the back.
I know he is. Actually, I was on a panel with Amy in Park City and had long conversations with her afterwards during dinner. And, she expressed the correct pathways to get through the NRC. And I think that's the key, is having people, hiring the right people for the right jobs. And I think for me, that's the key. Again, when we get back to the statement where, I could point at the utilities, and I've pointed at Entergy, and I've pointed at AEP SWEPCO, and I've even encouraged CLECO to get in the game, that they've got coal fleeced and maybe they should shift to nuclear boilers and utilize their technology that they've got there just with nuclear steam. But all of that requires them to come to us and say they want to do it. We can all be, the 5 commissioners can all have an idea, but we can't make anybody do anything. I can't make my dog sit, right? So the point about this is that we can provide concepts of ideas. We can have, we can be dreamers, we can be logic, we can be a lot of things. But, we do think that there is, good reason to look at the various mechanisms of what's available to our consumers. We can look about what the industries want. We can talk to the industries, and they can tell us, hell, Commissioner, we'll pay for a reactor. I'll say, great. You're not a utility. We need to go to a utility. We need to have them work with you. We need to go to the NRC. We need to go to the Department of Energy. We've got to get that done, right? But again, that takes the right people for the right jobs, right? And we've got 3 primary military bases in Louisiana we heard about on the last panel, and all of them would be great for micro-reactors. We've got to get past this issue. We've engaged with an attorney who's working with us at the Department of Defense and working with the NRC to help us determine how we can effectively remove and go colorblind on an electron of a civilian electron versus a Department of Defense electron. So where they want to go on base, but they want to also power the nearest town with a McDonald's for base personnel, right? And we want them to achieve these goals. But again, the commission is not the all-powerful Oz, right? We can help them make their goals come to fruition. But again, that state and federal, they're not partnerships, but they are federal and state mutual actions towards a common goal. And so we just need our federal partners to be able to be worked with the right personnel to get them to get through that process. And unfortunately, the nuclear component has been one of the more difficult pathways, particularly when we look at Vogtle and the 2 units there being the first 2 licensed facilities in the last 30 years. We can't have that be the mechanism. We've got to figure out a way with people like Amy and working with the NRC to create a pathway which is functional to where we can get more of these facilities positioned to be licensed, because we're going to have to get economies of scale of build. We're going to need, at least 6, 7, 8 of one particular unit to be signed up for by multiple utilities around the country, so they can build construction teams that they can build one, and while they're finishing one aspect, they can move to the next job, so we can give continuity of employment to the construction teams. These are going to be complex things, but it's going to start with getting the right people focused on the right job, doing these aspects, and getting it done. But I have absolute faith that when the president and his teams look at, if they set the goal for they want nuclear power, they are going to see the impediments to getting nuclear power out, and they're going to find a pathway to not deregulate, because it's the wrong way to look at this, but re-regulating the federal mechanism to where we can get the licensing, in a more, I don't want to say simplistic way, but a more efficient way, to where we can get this out and we can get people I guess, the comfort of moving forward. I think one of the big questions is about paying for it, and how we're going to do that. I'm a big believer that we've been paying fines long enough on coal and now on CO2, that those fines ought to be paying these costs, and it shouldn't just be going into the general fund. But however it gets done, we've got to make sure that nobody's going to be the first one to take the punch in the face and everybody else benefits. So that's why if we get enough people committed to it and we've got the right plan, I think we can move on and get stuff done.
No, and I think we've all seen what the current administration is doing to knock down barriers, and certainly that's what it's going to do.
I know it doesn't look like it, but I really think Donald Trump's a great guy. I know.
So Paul, what do you see as the biggest challenge and the biggest opportunity when we're thinking about aligning regulation and innovation?
Being able to recognize when there is an actual opportunity that's in front of us, I think that's a big piece. Not getting trapped into believing there's only one way to regulate, only one way to deal with cost recovery. When you asked about innovative opportunities earlier, one did come to mind, which I'll look to the state of Washington. They got some statutory approval there so that their regulators could allow utilities to rate-based purchase power agreements, so that all the risk isn't on the utility to have to go and build. So if the right scenario arrived for, let's say, a nuclear reactor to be built within a state, and utilities were going to be off-takers and purchase power agreements for 20, maybe 30-year contracts, could that be a mechanism you might be able to take to regulators and say, okay, can I rate base this? Can I get a return on that? Because I've made a wise decision to look at bringing on this clean baseload resource with a longer-term contract, reducing some of the risk in terms of the initial cost of capital for that. So that's one opportunity. But I think it's more, again, back to the relationship building that needs to continue to occur between regulators and the utilities themselves that they regulate. Because at the end of the day, when you look at a case being filed at a commission, it's not up to the commission to build that record. The commissioners can only make a decision based on the record that's in front of them. So that burden belongs to the individuals that filed that case, and that's the utility. So the dialogue that can occur before that case gets filed to know, does this pass the smell test? Is this something you are willing to look at? Will you consider this? Is this a non-starter? So that one thing that utilities don't like is uncertainty, and one thing that regulators don't like are surprises. So why not eliminate that going forward at the very beginning, and then file the case and move forward? And I think those are the types of things that can move the ball a little quicker.
Yeah, no, awesome, thank you. And as we round out this final panel, I'll conclude with my role at Entergy's planning the generation and transmission strategy, and so seeing the opportunity for growth is exciting and overwhelming, and so certainly hope that nuclear, and not just hope, but know that nuclear has to play a critical role in enabling the growth and the economic prosperity for our state. And so because we're here in Louisiana, I believe it's only appropriate that Louisiana closes out the panel. So Commissioner Skrmetta, my final question is to you. You've served several terms on the commission and certainly advocated so much for our state in your role. And we are now seeing this growth that we've never seen. And we're looking at the future of nuclear, and we have an administration and we have an industry that's pushing for this. So as you think 10 years into the future, where do you hope to see Louisiana?
Well, let's put this in perspective. Paul talked about the average public service commissioner serves 3 years, walks the catwalk, and hits the corporate trail. I've been in this office now for 17 years. Nobody wants to give me a job. You know, I just can't find anybody who wants to take me. So, look, where I see what I want to see this state be, I'm absolutely committed to finding a pathway to make Louisiana an absolute magnet for industrial development. You know, listening to the president talk about wanting to build 90,000 factories, you know, that's what he wants. We've lost them, we want them back. But those factories don't run on air, they run on electricity. Industry follows electricity. We need to get this done. Earlier today when I started talking, I talked about how Louisiana can find its pathway to be a, you know, net zero, you know, state. Even though the president and the administration have eliminated the concept of climate change from their priority list, I don't think that the consumers of Europe have eliminated it. And so they're going to be pushing this issue, which means I'm glad to push the costs of it off to them too, right? So, you know, Mr. and Mrs. You know, Boudreaux from Ville Platte don't have to pay for this if they weren't particularly concerned about it. They want their bill to be low. Right. But these companies who come here want this. I'm perfectly content to deliver unto them what they seek. But the more power we get in this state, we accomplish several goals. We get more people working here. We build a tax base which helps local government with the power plants and other aspects. We get a population return to Louisiana, which we've had a net migration out of about 150,000 people. In 10 years, I clearly believe we will be over 300,000 people in growth in Louisiana if we continue on this pathway with economic and industrial development. I think we will be at net zero by the fact that if we look in 10 years, I think we will at least have one nuclear power plant engaged, if not on our way to more than that. I think we will have 3 Department of Defense micro nukes at our 3 military bases by then, because those guys can drop them off a truck tomorrow. We just got to make the deal with the NRC on those. I believe Louisiana can develop the resources necessary to be an industrial magnet. And that means people working, that means people getting a job, and lifting this state out of, you know, a lot of places in this state, people live in poverty. And if we can get more people the opportunity for work, that's my goal. I want to see the state healthy. I want to see a lot of employment. I want to see more traffic on the roads because people got to fight their way to work and back. And I'd rather have them complaining about that than complaining about not having a job.
There's nothing more I can add to that. Although, you know, we started our week here in Louisiana live from the White House. And so I certainly think that is a testament to the opportunity that Louisiana has for jobs and for investment. And I think we haven't seen the last of the opportunities here in our state. So, you know, I'll round out. I'll thank our panelists for joining us. I'll thank you all for joining us here at the end of the day. And, you know, I certainly appreciate the opportunity to moderate this panel and to sit in and hear all the great discussions today. So, thank you guys.
Thank you. Thanks, Amy. Always great.
Always a pleasure. We're going to have to get this crew back together.
I recognize that I'm now in the unfortunate position of having to stand between everyone here and the reception. But I do want to thank just a few people before we close out. First of all, thank you to all of today's speakers. Everyone was truly excellent, and I so appreciated everyone's insights. Thank you to our audience, both in person and also our virtual audience. Thank you to our tremendous partners in this endeavor, to the Idaho National Laboratory and to Louisiana State University. There were two people whose thought leadership and work and preparation really made today a success, and those two people did not appear on stage, but I want to thank them by name: John Flake from Louisiana State University and Steve Omeyer from Idaho National Lab. And I want to thank as well our hosts at the Hilton. And last but not least, I want to thank my team at the Atlantic Council: Lauren Sapolsky, Tatavik Kachatrian, Greg Luzak, Jasper Gilardi, Amy Drake, and Natalia Stortz. Thank you so, so much to each and every one of you, and to all the rest of you. When you see my Atlantic Council team, please say hi to them. And finally, thank you all again, and please join us just outside the doors for a reception. Thank you.